All right, good afternoon and welcome to the October 27th, 2021 City of Mesa Planning and Zoning Board public hearing. We'll begin by taking a roll call by our board members. Board Member Boyle.
I'm here.
Board Member Allen.
Here.
Board Member Crockett.
Here.
Board Member Ayers.
Here.
Board Member Peterson.
Here.
Vice Chair Villanueva Salcedo.
Here.
And Chair Sarkisian here. As part of today's agenda, we have a consent agenda, and it will be read into record and acted on in one motion. The items will not be discussed individually. However, if anyone wishes to speak on a specific item, please complete a comment card that is in the back of the room and put it up here. Also, we do have, so items coming off the consent agenda is 3A. So that one is already off. Do I have any other comment cards? Okay. All right, I will introduce Vice Chair Villanueva Salcedo, who will read the consent agenda.
Consent agenda for Wednesday, October 27th. Item 2A, minutes from the October 13th, 2021 study session and regular meeting. Item 3B, ZON 21-00566, District 5, within the 6400 blocks of East McDowell Road, north side, and within the 2800 block of North Ramada, west side, located west of Power Road on the north side of McDowell Road, rezoned from office commercial to single residential 9 with a planned area development overlay. This request will allow for the development of a single resident subdivision. Staff recommendation is approval with conditions. Item 3C, ZON 21-00730, District 6, within the 10300 to 10600 blocks of East Pecos Road, north side, and within the 6400 to 6800 blocks of South 222nd Street, west side, located west of Signal Butte Road on the north side of Pecos Road, rezoned from agricultural to light industrial. Site plan review and special use permits. This request will allow for industrial development. Staff recommendation is approval with conditions. Item 3D, ZON 21-00892, District 6, within the 4400 to 4700 blocks of South Power Road, east side, and within the 6800 to 7000 blocks of East Warner Road, south side, located at the southeast corner of Power Road and Warner Road, modification of the planned area development overlay and site plan modification. This request will allow for commercial development. Staff recommendation is approval with conditions. Item 3E, ZON 21-00878, District 5, within the 2800, 3100 blocks of North Record Road, west side, and within the 5900 block of East Longbow Parkway, south side, located north of McDowell Road on the west side of Record Road, minor general planned amendment from employment to misuse activity. The staff recommendation is continued to December 15th, 2021. Item 3F, ZON 21-00731, District 5, within the 2800 to 3100 blocks of North Record Road, west side, and within the 5900 block of East Longbow Parkway, south side, located north of McDowell Road on the west side of Record Road, modification of the planned area development overlay, rezone from light industrial to limited commercial, council use permit and site plan review. Staff recommendation, this is being continued to December 15th, 2021. Item 4A, villas at McDowell, District 5, within the 6400 block of East McDowell Road, north side, and within the 2800 block of North Ramada, west side, located west of Power Road on the north side of McDowell Road, preliminary plat. Staff recommendation is approval with conditions. Item 4B, Cannon Beach, District 6, within the 4400 to 4700 blocks of South Power Road, east side, and within the 6800 to 7000 blocks of East Warner Road, south side, located at the southeast corner of Power Road and Warner Road, preliminary plat. Staff recommendation is approval with conditions. These are the items on tonight's consent agenda.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
I will move the consent agenda as read.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, I'll vote. Board Member Allen?
Aye.
Board Member Ayers?
Aye.
All right, and the passes. Thank you so much. All right, moving on, we'll be going to back to item 3A. With regards to this, there's a lot of comment cards and things like that, and this goes for both cases. If you do not wish to speak, to wish a group of people to go into one, and you can give somebody more time to speak, you can do that up to 10 minutes. So if you guys want to do that, please let Rebecca know at the front if you want to consolidate your comments into one longer presentation. Case 3A is ZON 21-00129, District 1, within the 2200 to 2400 blocks of East McDowell Road, located east of Gilbert Road on the south side of McDowell Road, rezoned from single residence 43, RS 43, and single residence 43 with historic landmark overlay, RS 43 HL, to multiple residence 5 with a Planned Area Development Overlay, RM5 PAD, and Site Plan Review and Special Use Permit. This request is to allow for a multiple residence development with associated commercial uses. And Cassidy, we're looking forward to your presentation.
Thank you, Chair, members of the board. So the case before you today is ZON 21-00129. It's for a subject site located within the 2200 to 2400 blocks of East McDowell Road. So kind of southeast of McDowell Road and east of Gilbert Road and south of the 202 freeway. The general plan designation for this property is neighborhood suburban. The primary goal for the neighborhood suburban character area is predominantly single residence. However, multiple residents may be considered appropriate at major arterials and at intersections. The request before you today is to rezone the property from RS43 and RS43 with a historic landmark overlay to multiple residence 5 with a planned area development overlay, site plan review, and special use permit. This will allow for development of a multiple residence with an accessory commercial. Here you can see an existing photo of the site that's looking from McDowell Road towards the site. You can see the site as at a lower grade than McDowell Road, as well as a lower grade than the adjacent single residence to the south. The existing property or the existing zoning on the site is single residence 43. That's for large lot single residence. It also includes a historic landmark overlay for the Crisman Farm homestead. That historic overlay was established in 2001 to recognize the Crisman homestead established by Charles Crisman Sr. In 2001, there were a few remaining structures on that property. However, those structures were subsequently removed. By 2007, the site was vacant. In June of 2021, the Historic Preservation Board voted to recommend removal of that historic landmark overlay due to the fact that there were no longer any structures on the property to be preserved. The proposed zoning on the site is multiple residence 5. That allows for a variety of housing, with multiple residents being the primary and permitted use. Limited service restaurants are also permitted in the multiple residence 5 zoning district with approval of a special use permit. In order to receive approval of a special use permit, that limited service restaurant must meet the following criteria. It's at the intersection of an arterial and collector. The floor area does not exceed 1,500 square feet, and there are no drive-through windows associated with that restaurant use. As a part of this proposed request, it does include a planned area development overlay for deviations from development standards. Those deviations include an increase in the maximum fence height along McDowell Road, a reduction to the required parking ratio, a reduction to the covered parking ratio, a reduction to the required landscape yard on the south side of the site, a reduction to the foundation base, and a reduction in the required landscape island width between parking canopies. In exchange for the requested deviations, the proposed development has provided several key elements to support their PAD request. Those include pedestrian connections to the adjacent canal trail, a retail component, high-quality amenities, and superior elevations. The proposed site plan consists of one multiple residence building at 3 stories in height with a total of 222 units. This includes the 1,500 square foot commercial space. The site will be accessed off of McDowell Road and will include accesses to that adjacent canal. The development went to the Design Review Board on October 12th. The Design Review Board had some minor comments that staff will be working with the applicant to address those comments. There were 4 neighbors who attended that design review work session with concerns over the proposed development. Those concerns include concerns over the height, the exterior design, and the landscaping along that canal trail. The applicant did conduct a citizen participation process, which included notification to property owners, HOAs and registered neighborhoods. The applicant did hold 3 neighborhood meetings, in addition to secondary meetings with individual property owners. Staff has received several emails, calls, a survey, and a petition, which were included in the Planning and Zoning Board packet and provided to you today. Those concerns that were outlined in that outreach to staff include concerns over the height, concerns over the density and compatibility with the surrounding adjacent neighborhoods, and concerns with traffic out on McDowell Road, specifically with the proposed roundabout. We also received several letters of support from adjacent property owners in the subdivision to the south. Those property owners worked with the applicant to come up with a good neighbor policy. They also worked with the applicant to request opaque balconies on that south side of that building, and provided some additional conditions of approval, which were included with the staff report before you today, which include limitations on the number of units and heights, criteria for quality elevations and landscaping, and criteria for lighting to reduce the lighting impact to the adjacent development. In summary, we find that the proposed development complies with the 2040 Mesa General Plan, meets the criteria for a special use permit, as well as the criteria for a planned area development overlay and site plan review, and we are therefore recommending approval with conditions, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Cassidy. Are there any questions at this time for Cassidy from board members? I can't see the other two, so I'm going to assume no. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'd like to invite the applicant up for their presentation.
There you go.
Members of the committee, thanks for your time today. When Adam bought Withey Morris, 25 East Arizona Biltmore Circle, when I look at a property like this, it reminds me of the many properties I've driven by all across the valley that are still vacant, yet everything's been built around it. And in my experience, every one of these properties kind of being left over infill has a story behind them that maybe isn't necessarily apparent when you drive by, but until you really start to dive into it and look at the access and the engineering and all the things that go together in making a project feasible, do you really start to discover the challenges that affect infill sites like this. Sometimes it's a drainage issue. Sometimes it's topography. Sometimes it's the geometry and shape of the property. Sometimes it's the location of what you're next to. And just one of those things can kill a deal. And in this case, it's all of those things. And so to solve all those problems and to create meaningful development on an infill parcel, you have to be creative, and you have to also find ways to make sure that the costs associated with solving those problems can still be borne throughout the development that's being proposed. And I think what I'll be able to tell you today is why this property has so many challenges and why it's been vacant for so long and why it's possible to be developed today. It's about 9 acres, but it's taken a long time to get 9 acres. At some points, it was owned by ADOT, and so to acquire some land from ADOT. Sometimes it was partially owned by the city of Mesa. And assembling these different parts and then looking at just the freeway alone is about 19 feet taller than the elevation of this property. At Lehigh Road, about 27 feet tall. And so you start to have these really aggressive grade changes. You have a waterline easement along the canal, an SRP easement along the canal, and then you gotta go, okay, how do I get in and out of this property? Preferably, it would have been nice for us to have a connection to Gilbert Road, but that wasn't permitted by ADOT. And we really had to spend a lot of time problem solving access issues alone, regardless of what I build here. Anything has to have solved that access problem. And so all these things just take time, and many people would have given up by now. But in this case, we've been diligent, trying to find a way to make this work. And so let me kind of walk you through a little bit. Just the image of this property here and how deep it's depressed relative to the surrounding streetscape lets you know what type of engineering marvel is needed to pull this off. You can look at that sloped SRP axis that kind of goes down at a pretty aggressive angle. You can kind of see a little bit of this. This is important to me because I think this helps guide some of your thought process. Your general plan calls this neighborhood with a suburban character, but within that general plan designation, it recognizes that multifamily uses are appropriate near arterial streets and in intersections, and I'd say probably by implication, freeways as well. And we believe for that reason why staff is able to support this case because of its consistency with the general plan. What we are proposing, I think, is modest in regard to the site, but more importantly, reflective of all these engineering and problem-solving hurdles we've had to overcome. We're proposing 222 units today. I can't say that's where we started, though. We started initially with an idea of 365. That got down to around, or 345, that got down to around mid-200s until more recently with this change here today. If I were to tell you all the effort that's gone into this point, at one point we wanted a 50-foot tall building, 4 stories, and it was rather large relative to the neighborhood behind us. And I think that in itself created a lot of concern and frankly, a lot of problems. The folks that live on this hill have lived there for a long time. They've enjoyed living in that space. And so to see a 50-foot tall building come right behind them was understandably concerning. And it's taken quite a bit for my client to get to the point to recognize changes are needed to the development plan. Part of it is making sure you can make the whole deal still pencil with a reduction in units. But through this effort today, what we're bringing into is a proposal significantly different than where we started. More importantly, it also includes a commercial component that provides an opportunity for a little commercial amenity, but a chance to recognize the historical homestead that's been on this property through monumentation, through some information, through some pictures too. So it's a really cool opportunity to do both those things. And thirdly, to enhance the canalscape. This canal is utilized by runners and bikers, but in some ways it's sort of been an afterthought. So we think we're the chance to improve that aesthetic along there and work together with community partners like SRP and Mesa, hopefully to improve some of these trail connections that I'll show a little bit later. When I look at a project, I've read a lot of the opposition on there, but I can tell you I've done a lot of deals with different apartment developers across the valley. There's very few that have the quality, design, and reputation that Gary Todd has. And this is a remarkable project, the way it's designed in a craftsman manner and more of a modern craftsman style with the different features, colors, recessed design. I know this isn't the design review board, but I do want to highlight how cool this is to see this type of a project here. This gives you a little bit of idea of how the canal can be improved. There's certain things along the canal that we can't plant on because of these easements, but as soon as we can plant, we're planting trees and shrubs. And further on a different slide, I'll show you where we hope to enhance some of our trailhead connections. This is the view from the upper canal behind us. And you can kind of look down and see that basin area there. This image is superimposed to help illustrate it. At the time this was created, this was a 4-story image. So I didn't have a time to create a new 3-story one, but you can tell what the 4-story would have looked like if we had gone forward with that. We're obviously now about 11 feet less in height and a whole story less than what's presented in this picture today. It's also important for us, and I think this took some time to get there, and I think our fault was that maybe we were a little slow to embrace and come around here. But I appreciate some of the coordination and opportunity I've had to work with some of the neighbors on the hill, to sit in their living rooms, to look out that window to see what that view looks like and understand how important that is to them. And so as we did this cross section, and we looked at a lot of things. Can we excavate the ground and still keep a 50-foot tall building? Can we terrace or step it down? And frankly, at the end of the day, it was, I think, most important for us to make sure that the tallest point of our building is below the lowest point of the bluff. And it's actually even lower than that. And so this cross section helps show where the upper canal is relative to the height of our structure. So our tallest point anywhere is 39 feet, 6 inches. This is still a proposal. It's entirely conceptual and doesn't mean anything much except for the intent of what we're hoping to do. We have been in contact with SRP through some contacts at the City of Mesa to help find a way to improve this trailhead connection at McDowell Road. In fact, we've actually have an escrow, an opportunity to purchase 2 more additional parcels so that we can work together with them to improve that aesthetic there. Those aren't required for development. They're not part of the proposal in front of you today. They don't need to be rezoned. But it's one more way we're trying to add value to the community if we can improve this area. And this is just an image sketch that we've had somebody prepare and design. I gotta be honest, there's some ADA aggressive slopes there that we'll have to get creative and solve, but I think through this stakeholder group, we'll be able to find some solutions. I know that you've seen some of the feedback that's been in the letters. I've had a chance to review it. And while there's different opinions, I think that I can boil it down to 5 or 6 key things. One has been building height and views, density, privacy, traffic, and this phrase I keep hearing through the letters, this transient population. There's probably more concerns, but I think those are the key 5 or 6 that exist. And I want to talk through how we've been able to go and address each of those items. First of all, with regard to building heights, I admit we were pretty tall, 50 feet, 4 stories, and it's taken a long time to get there, but now we are at 3 stories and 39 feet, 6 inches. And the key thing here is to recognize that we are far below, not far below, but we are below the height of the lowest point of the hill above us. As far as density, we went from 350 to 265 to 222. And we believe that's the minimum necessary for us to make this practical and doable. Just the roundabout alone costs about $1.5 million. And it's just part of solving challenges and problems. But in regard to privacy, there's some things that are important here. Because we're below, so much lower than the hill above, there's no chance for us to look up into someone's backyard or windows or bedrooms. There's a 50-foot grade change just between the hill and our property. And also there's a significant distance of about 270 feet. So as a result, the tallest point of our building is still much lower than the adjacent next door. Another concern I've heard somehow is that there's a negative impact that comes with the type of people that live in apartments. I think this word that I've heard as I read through these letters many times is transient population, which to me, that has a different meaning than the type of people that live in apartments. And I think at some point, each of us have lived in an apartment complex. I never would have considered myself a transient person. I think I just considered myself a college student or a newlywed or a young professional. It took a while before I could achieve home ownership, but I needed a place to stay regardless. But on the design and quality, I started this, and I think it's worth highlighting again. What Gary Todd and Associates do is remarkable. And the feedback from the Design Review Committee was very, very positive and favorable. There's some things that we'll address. That's normal in a DR process, but the quality of design and architecture in this project is awesome. And one of the feedback that we got from the neighbor meeting, and that was highlighted in the DRB session, was the balcony specifically. How do we make sure that the balconies don't have someone's laundry or a little Tyke's toy out there, the kind of storage that the neighbors don't want to see? And so even since we worked together with the neighbors, another issue came up about putting, instead of railing, an opaque balcony to kind of screen out some of those things. So we're constantly listening and making those changes as needed. And I think one of the last things that I've heard often is traffic, that somehow this is going to create a traffic nightmare in that area. Now, we're next to a freeway. There's a lot of traffic that comes off of Gilbert Road and McDowell Road. That traffic exists there regardless, but it has been a traffic study prepared. It was needed because ADOT had to tell us what points we could access and in what manner we could access. So that traffic study was prepared back when we were thinking of doing 350 units. And that traffic study was prepared at a time when you had far more traffic than during the COVID days. And even then, when that traffic study was prepared, it showed that we had no excessive queuing, no detrimental impacts, and no significant change in levels of service that were anticipated by this project. Now, since then, we've gone from 350 units that was planned as part of that traffic study to 222 units. So I believe that we will have a safe and adequate manner of maneuvering access to this property in and out. At the end of the day, I can't say that if we could get here short of working together. And I, as you can tell by the number of people in this room, I haven't been able to make everybody happy. But I can tell you that our effort has started with some of the folks who live right behind us on the hill. The petition that was circulated in the very beginning was by an individual that I contacted right when I was involved. And I haven't been involved except for August and on. But the moment I was hired, I said, we need to go find out who is the person that created this petition and go talk to them. And through that effort, we sat in the living room. So I've probably had half a dozen meetings with them, listened to their concerns. I proposed something different, and it didn't get very far. But what we landed on was 3 stories, 222 feet, 39 feet, 6 inches, a cap on the finished floor of only more than 1.5 feet above the existing grade, stipulations regarding heights, landscaping, regarding lighting, regarding design, regarding opaque balconies, the stipulations probably got to about 11 or 12, and then we took it a step further. I've done a lot of zoning cases, and sometimes we do good neighbor policies, but they've always been regarding commercial uses next to residential neighborhoods. So I think we've done something unique. I don't know if this will be a trend people will do moving forward, but we've created a good neighbor policy just for this project to coexist next door. Things more related to operations, like how the balconies can be used. What are the management obligations going to be in responding to concerns? How are we going to address things like laundry hanging on the back porches? The kind of things that really don't belong in zoning stipulations, but are an effort to recognize the concern, document them, and create a policy and a procedure to address them if those items come up. So perhaps we've gone a little bit of a unique approach, but I thought it was valuable, and it helped get us to a point where we're able to get some of those people in support. At the end of the day, I think this is a good use. I really do. It activates an empty dirt lot. It's the kind of thing you expect to see next to a freeway. It solves a lot of inherent site challenges. And there's a reason why nobody else has done this, because you can only tackle this with density to leverage those costs out. At the end of the day, I think we've got superior design and quality, and I like the fact that we are consistent with the general plan, we're consistent with the site plan criteria, and for that reason, I think that's why staff's recommend approval. So I'll end my presentation. Of course, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have, or maybe respond to any feedback from the community during the presentation today.
Thank you. Are there any board member comments or questions for the applicant at this time? No. All right, thank you so much. All right, we're gonna open the public meeting so we can get some comments going. And just so you know, we were handed the petition with all the signatures from neighbors. So this is gonna be put into the record, and we'll pass this around up here, but this will go back to staff. We do have, before we get to the live warm bodies here, we do have some comment cards and emails that were sent in that were asked to be read into the record. So Vice Chair will be reading those in, and then we'll get to those. We did have a couple of questions though on something though, right? The one question we had, which is it? This is deciding if they wanted to speak or not.
Christine Von Brucker Snodgrass.
You do
Did
want?
you want to speak live or just have your comment read?
No, I speak live.
Okay, we'll
Okay.
get to you in just a bit then.
Okay, sounds good, thank you.
Okay, comments that were received online that wish to be read into the record, not speak in person today. First one, Kimberly Van Ripper, 505 East Lehigh, in opposition. High-density development is incompatible with the surrounding neighborhoods. The removal of historic landmark overlay sets a dangerous precedent. While I can appreciate the desire to develop all remaining open spaces, this particular location poses many unique issues, and I urge you all to give serious consideration in allowing the zoning changes to proceed. Horse trails, livestock, rural communities adjoining this location, and a historic landmark overlay should give great pause on this proposed project. There is an area of interest defined in the Lehigh sub-area plan. I urge a stop to this. Next comment is from Alan Hamberlin, 2511 East Melrose, in opposition. Not sure why the historical overlay would be removed for an out-of-context development in the center of residential neighborhoods already within the provided overlay. Yes, there is a need to use of the property along this traffic corridor. However, it should comply within the current zoning requirements. My request is that the city not settle for mediocrity. Require the developer to meet the current zoning that fits the community, even if that means redefining the historical overlay to accommodate a higher density neighborhood or open-air venues, but not apartments or townhomes. Next comment is from Amy Power, 2124 East Quinn Street, in opposition, did not wish her comment to be read into the record. Next is Jessica Zawadzki, my apologies if that's incorrect, 2825 East Menlo, in opposition, did not wish to have her comment read into the record. Susan Lawrence, 2509 East Hermosa Vista, in opposition. The homes and apartments in our neighborhood are no higher than 2 stories, and the density of this development in such a small space and high traffic area would not be a good fit for the surrounding neighborhood. This development requires an entire intersection to be changed to accommodate 222 to 400 more people coming in and out daily. It does not make sense to approve it. Next comment is from David Beatty, 1048 East Norwood, in opposition. The Lehigh area is one of the few remaining jewels with 1 acre zoning, and as past generation had done, the ability to raise children with an ingrained responsibility for animals they care for, as well as for neighbors and people in general. My family are short termers by comparison to many having lived in Lehigh since 1963, but we have raised 8 children successfully who are now contributing to society, and their children are doing the same. The freeway has damaged the peace and quiet of the area, and the council continues to allow exceptions which cause traffic safety concerns. No more, please. Next comment is from Lisa Miller, 2525 North Mesa Drive, in opposition. Lehigh is a unique and charming area with acreage on each lot with livestock, and to put an apartment complex in the area where horseback riding occurs daily along the road in a neighborhood with a unique country feeling would be devastating to the neighborhood. Please do not allow zone changes. Next comment is from Jim Babos, 2049 East Norwood, in opposition. I'm in opposition to the proposed development. 1, there are far too many units compared to the surrounding single-family homes. The parking lot surrounding the building is all anyone will see. The project will appear as an island with no attempt to connect to the surrounding areas. The parking count should not be reduced. As a high-end development, everyone living there will have a car. If sufficient parking is not provided on site, there's no off-site parking available. Next comment is from Connie Osborne, 930 East Norwood, in opposition. I am definitely opposed to having the R43 zoning change to allow high-density apartments. We purchased our property in this area in 2000 because of its unique 1-acre-plus properties. It had the open rural feel, just as we'd hoped for. This part of Mesa, known as Lehigh, was very attractive to us because it didn't have the dense population and increasing traffic we'd had to endure for years in other areas of Mesa. We urge you to allow this area to remain as is. Next comment is from Stephen Wood, 533 East Lehigh Road, in opposition. This is an area of Lehigh, a horse and livestock area that is very unique. It is constantly whittled away by the city into a smaller and smaller area. Large horse property lots are allowed to be subdivided into smaller lots with no livestock privileges, the freeway, and small lot neighborhoods. The city keeps telling us that they love the uniqueness of Lehigh while constantly and purposefully making it smaller. This apartment complex can be built in a lot of other places. Horse and livestock areas cannot be put in a lot of other places. Please stop reducing Lehigh with opposing projects like this. Next comment is from Kim Warden in support. I think the roundabout sounds great. They are very easy to use. The apartments are off on their own. Their entrance will not be any hinder to Lehigh. The apartments are not hindering anyone in that area. Next comment is from Barbara Fowler, 2712 North Terrace Circle, in opposition. You've got to be kidding, Mesa. Mesa does not need another apartment complex, especially where you want to put it now. Lehigh does not want or need your idea of putting up an apartment in Lehigh and disturb our rural way of living. Next comment is from Connor Crosby, 2560 North Horn, in opposition. I'm opposed to changing the zoning from single-acre homes R43 to allow for the development of a 222 apartment complex in Lehigh. I favor maintaining the unique rural atmosphere and lifestyle the Lehigh community provides its residents. In addition, roundabout intersections are challenging for vehicles pulling large trailers. The Gilbert Road is a main artery of traffic for those leaving and returning to the city via Highway 87. Next comment is from Brent Priest, 1102 East Lehigh, in opposition. I feel that the Lehigh area in general is a little piece of what the American dream used to look like. The one where families had one single home and a large piece of land where they could have their animals, livestock, pets, and freedom to build the large barns and big white fences and not have the eyesore of looking at the monstrosity of a humongous box 3 stories in the air just to pack people into. A roundabout in that location is more than likely going to create an issue with the large trucks and trailers operated by the large property owners and commercial that already use that area. Next comment is from,
I think we had to read those, yeah. Some things are at the bottom.
John and Sarah Aldridge, 2152 North Mesa Drive. In opposition, we are opposed to this development. We live in Lehigh and have a significant traffic problem in our neighborhood currently. The city is already adding a soccer field, which will bring even more traffic. The city did this without being upfront with the neighborhood. Adding more traffic from high-density housing is not what we want in the neighborhood. We want the city of Mesa to please listen to the residents of our community and respect our neighborhood's interests and concerns. Next comment from Robert Callahan, 2429 North Terrace Circle. In opposition, I oppose this project because it does not fit into the R43 environment of this very unique sub-area of Mesa. High-density housing detracts from the wide-open nature of Lehigh. I purchased here in 1999 for that reason after growing up in this great community as a kid. Next comment is from Michelle Ulrich. In opposition, I'm opposed to reclassification to R43 and an installation of a roundabout. Areas congested already due to it being a busy area. Next comment is from Mary Priest. In opposition, I oppose the reclassification to R43 as this is a congested area already, so adding additional residences in the area will only create more chaos and congestion. I also strongly oppose the addition of a roundabout as those do not help the flow of traffic. They further create chaos as people do not know how to properly use them. The roundabouts are not conducive to hauling trailers as they are too congested and do not allow for the trailer to merge without being cut off by other traffic. This is an area where people still ride and trailer horses. Next comment is from Cindy Kincaid, 2609 North Brimhall. In opposition, I am not in favor of apartment or turnabout. Our wonderful little area is being overrun. The traffic is already horrible with more to come if the city gets its way. The turnabout is terrible for people with horse trailers or any trailers. I am adamantly opposed to both of these proposals. Next comment is from Christopher Porter, 2449 North Mesa Drive, in opposition. In short, it is an uneducated and unthought through idea to put a multi-residence development near an R43 community due to it being proven that people are searching for more R43 properties but have no success due to developers and individuals attempting to reclass them and turn them into apartments or subdivisions, which prohibits others from purchasing large property for themselves and the animals that they provide for. Many struggle to find large properties, but there are many apartments in Mesa. It's a detriment to society and the community to reclass this property to multiple residence area. Next comment is from Leo Archer, 3348 North Chestnut Street. This proposed traffic flow change will be a disaster for those of us who live in the area and who frequently use McDowell to either access the freeway or commute east. There will be a significant increase in vehicles at that location and impedance of the traffic flow. The overall plan for that location is not keeping with the development in the general area and will have a deleterious effect on both the lifestyles and property values in the adjacent locations. I strongly oppose both the development and proposed traffic flow changes. Next comment is from Helen Atkins Curse in opposition. I think we need to remain more rural in Lehigh. And those are all of the comments.
Thank you so much. So we're going to start fully, and just so you know, for anybody that's watching, due to the amount of comments we did, and it's posted online, we do close the middle of comments at 3 o'clock, an hour prior to the meeting, so so we could get everything read and organized. So right now we'll start having our public comments. When you come up to the podium, you have 3 minutes, and please state your name and address for the record. And we'll start going. So first we have is Jamie Pierce, who is opposed and wishes to speak. So if you can please come up to the podium, state your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Jamie Gish Pierce. I live at 2306 East Norris Street, and actually in one of the slides where it says B and it points down to the apartment, that's my actual house. I'm here today to express my opposition to the proposed development and rezoning of the approximate 9 acres located at southeast corner of Gilbert and McDowell Roads. My home sits southeast of the property with the 2 canals being the only barrier between the 2 properties. I'm opposed to this development for a variety of reasons. I know you've heard quite a few of the different ones from the community. My first and foremost objection is to this density of this project. 222 units located on a 9-acre property far exceeds the units per acre for other properties in the vicinity. Many of the residents in the area are single family. There are a multitude of issues that will exist with a density of population of this magnitude. They would include impacts to the schools, traffic, emergency services, utility consumption, light pollution, noise pollution, and crime, to name a few. I know there are many others. I understand the property developer intends for the property to be preferred by singles and young couples rather than families. They are currently not planning amenities that appeal to children, which may make the property less desirable for families with young children. However, Sheepherders Park is a short 6-minute walk from the property. The developer has indicated that it would be a more low-key or quiet community. While this may be the desired intention, I am unconvinced that this will be the actual outcome. The height of the building has also been a concern. The original plans were for a 50-foot tall building that once deemed to become one of the top 20 buildings in Mesa. This is extremely out of character for the surrounding neighborhoods. Now, I know that there's a newly proposed 3-story building is still not in character with the surroundings. While some may find this more palatable than the initial building height, I still find this very unappealing. I can sit in my living room and look down and see the very bottom of that property, which means that I will see all 3 stories of that building. While they say that the height is equal to the canal, but we'll still be able to see that. My final comments are in regards to this entire project, and I speak only for myself. I feel like Sweetwater has only recently made an attempt to work with the community. Since Mr. Baugh became involved in August, that's when the compromises began. I never felt that we ever, as a concerned neighborhood, heard back from Sweetwater to tell us what their proposal changes were. And I feel like the Zoom meetings with the neighborhood were less than productive, and many neighbors never heard or understood what other concerns and objections to this property were. In all honesty, I cannot find one tangible benefit to our neighborhood or myself as a property owner. While I understand the need for progress and appreciate the property owner's desire to develop their land, I firmly believe there may be better options that would benefit all parties. I appreciate your time, and I thank you for listening to my concerns.
Thank you very much.
Anybody have questions?
Question? Oh,
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much. Next person we have is Tom Stinnick. I'm probably butchering it. He wishes to speak.
Pretty close. It's Tom Stinson. I
Stinson.
live at 2121 East Oasis Street. It's north of the proposed development. I'll be really brief. Couple things. I'm going to do something a little different. I don't believe that the appropriate hydrologic studies have been done. The analysis, which is supposed to be done on any parcel in a flood zone or flooded area. Let's see. Because of the canal and the freeway heights, which are raised on each side of the property, it's a disaster waiting to happen because it is in flood zone, I believe, A, AE, or number 5. So whoever did this, maybe Cassidy, she can look those up for you and tell you what those mean. But there really is a real problem because of the water in the canal and what happens if that spills type thing. I think it should be part of Sheep Herders Park, and also, if you can, north where the other part of the freeway off-ramp goes. But it's, again, I don't think a lot of this has been thought through because we are in a flood plain or flood zone. I think the city should purchase this land and make it into a park along with part of Sheep Herders. As much as they can, it would be part of the crown jewel of their northern parks. The one on Center that's being completed now, one here at Gilbert Road, and then another further east. That's about all I have. Anybody, again, my whole thing is that it is in a floodplain. It's a man-made problem because of the height of the canal and the freeway, and I don't believe that's been addressed at all or even looked at. When I called and asked about it, they said, we don't know anything about that. The city has not called us and asked. I think that should be or should have been done. Questions?
Thank you so much. Any questions right now?
Thank you.
No, thank you so much. Next, we have Morgan Roberts would like to speak. Is there a Morgan Roberts? Okay.
Yeah, I'm on the phone.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
State your name and.
So to begin, my name is Morgan Roberts. I live at 2449 North Mesa Drive in Lehigh community. To begin, my family has been in the Lehigh area since before my great aunt Edna was born in 1917. So there are many, many issues with the area around McDowell and Gilbert becoming a multi-unit and or subdivision development and having a roundabout instead of a stoplight. First and foremost, it is impossible to get around a roundabout with large trailers without hitting a curb and also going into multiple lanes of traffic. There are many large-sized trailers, specifically horse trailers and flatbed trailers that come down McDowell Road and Gilbert Road due to the majority of horses in the community. Speaking from experience from hauling trailers through the roundabouts, on Power and Brown, Main and Horn, and even through Riverview Park, hauling as small as a 2-horse trailer and as large as a small 4-horse trailer and a large flatbed trailer proved difficult due to the small lanes and unknowing and uneducated traffic. When you upgrade trailers to a larger 4-horse trailer or even 6-horse trailers and even longer flatbeds, it takes multiple lanes to turn the larger of a trailer a person is driving. That alone is a traffic hazard due to the drivers and the animals in the vehicles. Also along that very road is the way to the Salt River landfill. Due to that, there are many large dump trailers present due to that area. Secondarily, it is detrimental to the surrounding communities to put a multi-unit development near an R43 area due to the fact that the residents may be uneducated and unknowing of the agricultural and community courtesies such as driving slower on roads and pedestrians and equestrians. It will bring more traffic into an R43 community where large amounts of traffic can be fatal due to reckless driving or ignorance of signs. Many Arizona residents are already struggling to find adequate R43 properties for themselves and their animals. With multi-unit developments, there are a large increase of vehicles, which increase the statistics of accidents within an area. Due to the nature of the surrounding area, this should not and cannot be a risk that anybody is willing to take with animals that depend on us and also the children in that area. Along with this is a factor that many people do not consider. People in this area have specifically chosen this location to get away from apartments due to the fact that they're looking for a more agricultural way in life, which is entirely opposite of an apartment building in a subdivision. Lastly, in this development, there is a severe missed view of how this affects the equestrian community. Many members of the surrounding communities take their horses on the canal to spend time with their friends, their family, and to connect with their neighbors. This proposal would eliminate all safe access for equestrians to continue along the canal. This takes away one of the very few trails left for horse lovers in the area. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions at this time for them? No? Okay. Next speaker I have is Marilyn Crosby, who wishes to speak. I believe she might be online. Is Marilyn available?
I am here.
Oh, great. Thank you so much. State your name and address for the record.
Okay, sorry about that. Absolutely. My name is Marilyn Crosby. I'm at 2560 North Horn in Mesa 85203. I would say regardless if the developer started at 10,000 units and reduced to 5,000 units, the developer is still proposing to move over a quarter to half of the population of the surrounding neighborhood onto one lot. This is not consistent with the general plan, which the staff indicated that it was. The general plan recommends maintaining a sense of place of the surrounding neighborhoods. I don't see anything that resembles any part of this development in the nearby R43 properties. I also find it convenient that cyclists and runners were mentioned in their discussion, but no references to horses or livestock, since that's what's unique about R43. And I would ask yourselves, while not insulting individuals that live in apartments, which I have no intention to do, but I would ask yourselves, why do you not live next to an apartment complex for all of the council members that are present? I'm sure they have their own reasons, and I have my own reasons, which have to do with my animals. I am opposed to reclassification from R43 zoning. I'm also opposed to the roundabout, and I'm opposed to the traffic increase. R43 properties never cease to be high in demand, and they're always in short supply. The residents in the area have been clear many times over for many, many years that we purchased property near R43 because we want to live by R43. This area has been so encroached upon, being taken one piece at a time and never being added additional R43 lots when others are taken. This should be seen as an opportunity to fulfill the need for residents to have home buyers have access to more R43 instead of forcing more items upon residents that are not conducive to the location or the surrounding areas. Neither the roundabouts nor the project its gross increase in traffic is a good idea. As you've heard from others, that roundabouts specifically are not trailer or even emergency vehicle friendly. As a resident in the area, I regularly pull trailers that are in excess of 40 feet in length. Your pivot points for the trailers don't allow for the driver of the trailering vehicle to stay in just one lane. It's impossible. And it's not because I'm a bad driver, because I'm not. When you're navigating in a roundabout, several times personally, I've had fellow drivers try to slide in the gap between my truck and my trailer when I'm swinging wide to make a roundabout in the city of Mesa. Fortunately, I have not had an accident yet, but it's not because it hasn't been incredibly close. It's really interesting to see a car try to fit between the front wheels of my truck and the back wheels of my trailer, and then us figure out how to get unlocked without having something terminal happen to each of our vehicles. And it's not a fun moment with a whole lot of unfriendly glares. Research also indicates that roundabouts increase congestion by their intended slowing design. Cyclists are known to suffer from roundabouts due to blind spots of both the driver and the cyclist. They're particularly unfriendly to visually impaired pedestrians. They have higher maintenance costs. They have higher construction costs. They use additional land space, and the list goes on. This area was a complex design when the 202 freeway was constructed, and I don't think that should be taken lightly. I think the designers tried to take all of these elements into consideration. I think they came up with a design that they felt was best for the area, and that lot was there at the time that that construction occurred. I don't believe the residents in Mesa.
Marilyn, I'll let you go past your 4 minutes now. Can you wrap up, please, your comments?
I will be happy to. I would just say that there's a lot of traffic from lake goers, mountain goers, landfill semi-trucks, and everything else that need access without having a roundabout in their way. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Do you guys have any comments or questions yet? Nope. Okay. Next on the phone, we have Michelle McCrory. I'm here. Oh, you're here in person? Perfect. Great. Can you please state your name and address for the record?
My name is Michelle McCrory. I live at 3021 North Chestnut Circle. In Mesa, I live on the northeast corner area of Gilbert Road and McDowell. I'm opposed to this process for this development for a number of reasons, but most of the people have already brought up the transient nature of apartments and that thing. But the biggest reason I'm concerned about it is the density issue, but it gets back to this issue of safety. When they, on this particular project, in order to move that traffic in and out of this complex, 222 units, about 400 cars, because most people have at least one car. And and that's the only way that they can do that, because again, there's one way in and one way out. They're not allowed to use Gilbert Road because Gilbert Road is already at capacity with 30,000 cars. McDowell is already at a capacity with 11,000 cars, and those aren't my numbers, those are the numbers that their engineer gave me. So a little history about that interchange, and you've already heard a little bit about it. I lived through the 202 construction project, and that was, in the entire 202 freeway project, the most challenging intersection that they had to deal with, because they had the canal, they had two major arterial streets that feed onto each other, and they had Section 4F property. So that was the best that they could come up with. So if people ever ask you, and they often ask me, hey, how come we don't just have it like it is at Val Vista or something? Because they couldn't do that. And so to turn around and now add a roundabout to even make it more complicated just doesn't make sense at all. There's several more problems with the study. I know that ADOT did approve that, but again, let's remember, they were trying to propose a big apartment complex, and ADOT came back and said, this is the only thing that we'll approve to get that traffic in and out of there. There's more problems with that study. The study was dated in November 2018. It does not consider new and planned developments in the existing projected traffic counts. Lehigh Cove is right up the street on Lehigh Road, 89 condo units and about 180 parking spaces. The Grove at Lehigh, another 108 homes and about 220 vehicles. So combined, you have more than 400 vehicles just there. And both of those projects are ahead of this one. And because that traffic study was only 3 years too old, it was created prior to the now rash of head-on collisions that are experienced on the freeway system. This report fails to properly consider the risk of head-on collisions that are created by this design. You've already heard some comments about roundabouts being really challenging for horse trailers. I'm sorry, but we are one of the last horse communities in the city of Mesa. The only places we go is to P&M Arena or Cave Creek, and every single time we have to go around there. I'm sorry, we lost one of our horses when we made that nice little turn on Brown. He's a good boy, but he slid right underneath the other 2 horses. And fortunately, he was smart enough not to whale away. But I'm telling you, my husband's got 40 years of experience pulling a horse trailer, and we were absolutely stunned that that happened. So let's be clear. The good news is for you is we don't have to do this. We don't need a roundabout. The only reason you're going to have a roundabout is if you decide to move forward on this project. And let's be clear here. The owners, they knew when they bought that land, they bought that with eyes wide open. They knew it'd be a challenge to get the zoning changed. But I'm going to tell you, RM5, that's a really big stretch. And one of the things I've learned in working with, oh, well, I'm almost done. So I guess I'll stop with that, but the higher the density, the more money. So you gotta know what the motivation is here. I mean, the developer, great job. They've done a lot of really nice compromises, but you cannot put a complex like that in there without that roundabout. And that's gonna be a death sentence for some of us. It's that dangerous, so please don't do it. Thanks.
Thank you. Any comments for the speaker? Yeah. Okay. Moving on. Next speaker is, I'm going to butcher this, Christine von Brucker-Snodgrass? Yeah. Yep. Okay. Thank you.
Everybody stumbles across my long German name. Christiane von Brucker-Snodgrass. I live at 2320 East Nora Street in Mesa, 85213. And I understand the motivation of the buyers, the developer, and the applicant, which is basically to maximize their investment and see a good return. But those of us living in that area, we are concerned with the quality of life rather than maximizing their investment. Let's take a look at this historic Mesa site. It is the 150-year-old Chrismont farmstead, which is about as historic as Mesa can get. Whatever will be developed there should honor, reflect, and protect the historic significance of the heritage of the Chrismont family. Many of the homeowners of the Riverview Estates overlooking the Chrismont farmstead, which is where we live, bought their lots because the wide open views overlooking much of the Phoenix Valley and the privacy it offered and protected. We gladly paid the extra premium for our view lots. Now we are opposed to this zoning change because the high-density housing of the proposed Lehigh Crossing apartment complex is excessive for the area. It will compromise our quality of life, our privacy, and significantly increase noise levels. Anyone who has ever lived in a large apartment complex with a common pool has experienced excessive noise levels of night revelers. It will restrict our wide open views. It will increase traffic volume at the McDowell Road and the 202 freeway on-off ramps significantly. Already from our backyards, we watch vehicles barreling downhill on McDowell Road towards the freeway ramps intersection, frequently colliding with vehicles coming off or entering the 202 freeway. The addition of at least 400 plus vehicles coming and going from Lehigh Crossing will make that a common occurrence and a real problem. The more transient rental population of the Lehigh Crossing apartment complex will also decrease our quality of life of our family-oriented community and increase crime. Neighboring property values will also be adversely affected. At the time my husband bought our residential lot 25 years ago, he was assured by a representative of the city that zoning would remain residential, and he would have reconsidered not done his purchase if the area had not been zoned residential. We value our quality of life, and we want to preserve it, and also the safety of our family-oriented community. I would like to just ask every one of you to give a little bit of thought. If that were in your backyard, this proposed complex, would you like that? Or even the applicant, would you like it in your backyard? Just think about it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Okay, our next speaker is Susan Jarvie.
Good evening. Thank you for listening to what I have to say. Most of what I'm covering has been covered before. I agree with everyone who has spoken prior to this. My primary concern is the density. You're considering placing high-density development between two low-density and very mature neighborhoods. To the north is the acre-plus properties with agriculture. North and west is the reservation, that's open land and some agriculture. And then southwest and south is another neighborhood that is half-acre properties with very large homes, and that's where I live. So 2543 North Acacia is where I live. I talked with Cassidy yesterday, and she mentioned that the consideration of the canal and the freeway are considered buffers between this property and our properties. I don't consider those buffers. I really have a problem with putting high density between these two low density properties. Our community is inclusive. We're not divided in the use of the canal paths for horseback riding, biking, walking, and running. You've heard a lot of that already. The freeways are transportation, and these aren't buffers. They do not divide us. I'm also opposed to the height of the development. I cannot picture in my mind another 3-story apartment community in a 5-mile radius of our neighborhood. So I think it's breaking a precedent. The building height is not consistent or compatible with our area. So I'm even puzzled why you're considering it in this rural setting and charm of Lehigh. Our area is also congested with traffic. So something that hasn't been said is that the entrance ramps for the 202 at Gilbert and McDowell for the freeway are the only entrance and exit ramps for a 5-mile stretch from Country Club. So there's a lot of traffic right there. And I can tell you the traffic coming off of the B line, coming south to get on the 202 to go east is quite long at the end of a business day. Putting, again, a roundabout in there, I don't agree with that either. One thing I would like to add is that I am disappointed. I wasn't included in any of the meetings or the notices. I think there's a 500-foot requirement. And within the 500 feet for this development, you've got 2 canals and a freeway. So they effectively communicated with maybe 2 streets in our community and didn't go further. I'm just 3 streets over and had no notice of this and just kind of heard rumblings until now. So that's why I'm here. We love our community. We're interested in how you develop the areas, the surrounding areas. And had we known more about, or had I known more about it, I would have been present a lot sooner. To conclude my comments, I oppose the project and I feel it is not consistent or compatible with the surrounding communities. It's simply not a good fit. I thank you for listening to me and my concerns, and I do hope that you take my opinions into consideration before you cast your vote this evening. Thank you so much. Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions at this time? No. Okay, the next comment card I have is for John Groberg. Did you wish to speak or provide time to Kim? Is he here? John?
Provide the time to Kim.
Okay, thank you. So Kim Clark, we'll give you 6 minutes.
6 minutes. Hello, John Groberg has asked that I read a statement on his behalf. His address is 2216 East Norris Street, Mesa, 85213. So I'll begin to read a statement. Thank you, City Council members, for your consideration of this matter before you. And thank you to Kim Clark, who agreed to be my voice tonight since I couldn't be there myself. As one of the affected neighbors and also as a former real estate developer myself, I wanted to share just a few thoughts. In general, I'm a fan of development. I've been through the process multiple times and have some experience navigating the approval processes with cities and dealing with the impact of a new development what it has on the surrounding neighbors. While it is somewhat common for neighbors to have the NIMBY attitude, not in my backyard attitude, most people are reasonable and will not fight a development that is in character with the neighborhood. Unfortunately, this is not the case in this instance. The zoning change requested by the developers of this project is so far beyond what is in character for this neighborhood that they should not be surprised at all by the resistance that they are facing from the neighbors, regardless of whether it is a 4-story or a 3-story apartment project. While other developers are finding ways to profitably make single-family homes or low-density condos work on pieces of land nearby that also front the 202 freeway, this developer wants to build high-density apartments. Not because that's the only use that can work here, but because that's the only kind of development this developer does. If the neighborhood doesn't already understand this, I hope they do now. The developers know this development is not at all what the neighbors want. Rather than finding other suitable parcels where high-density housing is already approved and in character with the neighborhood, the developers are instead trying to convince the neighborhood that if this particular development isn't allowed to move forward, then some other developer will eventually develop it into something even worse. In case any of the neighbors have bought into this subtle scare tactic, I would like to point out that this is not true. I would gladly choose the mystery behind door number 2. Far from it being worse, it will certainly be much more in character with the area and much less damaging to the neighborhood. The developers do not yet own the land. They have it optioned pending getting a zoning change from the city. But if that fails due to the neighborhood resistance, the landowners will know that they will have to sell their land to a developer that is willing to do a development more in character with the neighborhood, and they won't want to waste their time again tying up their land with a developer who will face the same resistance. The other thing I want to bring attention to is the fallacy of sunk costs that hopefully will not become a factor here. It's human nature to not want to walk away from sunk costs, but hard as it can be sometimes, I believe that is exactly what is in the best interest of the city and the residents of this neighborhood. While it can feel like time and energy wasted for nothing, trying to put a high-density project in the middle of a low-density neighborhood will have many far-reaching costs on the neighborhood that will far outweigh any benefits in the form of tax revenues for the city. Thank you, and I hope you will deny the zoning change request. John Groberg.
Thank you. Did you have any comments you wanted to make as part of your?
I have my own comments.
Yes, please.
You want me to read them now?
Yes.
I need my water. Not used to talking this much. So my comments are going to sound a little similar to what you heard, but I'll just give you a little different take. My name is Kim Clark, and my address is 3007 North Gilbert Road, Mesa. My family's lived in Lehigh for 30 years. So now, as you know, the land that the developer wants to build on is the old Chrisman property, which has historical significance. Charles Chrisman was one of the 4 founding fathers of Mesa, and the Chrisman homestead was built in the 1800s, and it remained in the family for 3 generations. When the Red Mountain Freeway was built, great efforts were made to preserve the homestead. The freeway was rerouted around the property through North Lehigh, and the impact to the property owners was not insignificant, but the historical landmark designation was retained. Later, the city developed a design for a South Canal Trail that didn't include the Chrisman homestead, So they sold the property to a private developer and approved demolition of the historic structures. This negated the historic significance, and consequently, the Historic Preservation Board recommended removal of the historic landmark overlay. The developer also is requesting removal of the overlay. If successful, the property could be viewed as just another piece of vacant land ripe for infill. Before a decision is made that will irreversibly transform this community, I respectfully request that you consider the following. The Chrisman homestead was embedded within and contributed to the Lehigh community for multiple generations. Lehigh is a long-established suburban ranch family community characterized by its historic acre-plus lots, enhanced horse and livestock privileges, and equestrian trails. The proposed development may meet normal city standards, but it's not consistent with the character of the area. For a better understanding of the character of the area, I recommend the committee review the Lehigh sub-area plan on record with the City of Mesa. The plan outlines objectives to meet the main goal of Lehigh, which is to preserve the historic rural character of the area. In August, I conducted a poll on the proposed development to help clarify the neighborhood's position. 59 of 61 respondents did not approve of the development. Sorry. The results of the poll are included in your attachments for this meeting. At the request of my neighbors, I also circulated a petition this month. And this one is different than the other one taken previously. The petition opposes the proposed development based on concerns that could by area residents, too much density, increased traffic, a transient rental population, and I just want to say that the term transient by definition means temporary and is not intended to be derogatory. The potential for crime, the 3-story building elevation, and adverse effects to property values. 150 residents have signed in opposition to this development. Copies of the petition have been submitted to Cassidy for your review, and you should have received those.
Yeah, we did receive those. If you can wrap up your comments, you're at the end of your time.
I'm wrapping them up
Okay.
now. Thank you. For the record, we don't object to developing the land as long as it adds value to the community. However, we don't believe the proposed development will accomplish this. The community has expressed their opposition to it, and based on the responses I've received, a vast majority prefer to retain the existing RS 43 zoning. And thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Are there any comments or questions for the speaker? No. Okay, were there anybody else in the audience that we failed to hear from? I believe we have everybody. Would the applicant like to come back up and respond?
You know, Lehigh really is a special place, and it has a unique flair and character to it. And this probably isn't accurate, but what I've noticed is the 202 freeway has changed a lot of the things that has happened historically in that area. And there is a lot of R43, mostly on the north side of the freeway. On the south side of the freeway where we exist, the circumstances aren't exactly the same. But I certainly appreciate the nature and the feel of that area, and I think it serves a tremendous purpose. The roundabout isn't our choice. It's the conditions that ADOT has imposed. But the one thing that we were able to work on, was the design of the roundabout accommodating a 60-foot long truck. Things like fire trucks, semi-trucks, refuse. And if it can accommodate a 60-foot long truck, it can also accommodate other larger vehicles, possibly including a horse trailer. I totally understand the sentiments shared today. I live in a neighborhood where Live Apartments was built next to my home as well. And many of these comments were shared there about crime, transients, property values, and traffic. And what I can tell you, in the 6 or 7 years that's been there, my kids have new friends. I have new associations in my neighborhood at church, and they have a fantastic jacuzzi that we go and sneak into with our friends that live in the neighborhood. It doesn't mean that'll be the case for everybody, but I can tell you there's a way for these to operate compatibly and to be co-associated. When I think about the traffic created by this, the traffic study speaks for itself, but the fact that we're next to a freeway on-ramp shows that the majority of traffic, I suspect, will go in and out to the freeway because your typical workforce area is likely more in the central part of the valley. We are not in a floodplain. the trail impacts, that there are no trail impacts. I'm sorry for not recognizing horse and other users, but yes, they can use the trail equally the same before and after once our development's complete. And I think we've been sensitive to the types of plants that we would plant along that trail to make sure that they weren't toxic to horses for that matter. And in no way or circumstance do I believe that will be a negative impact. I think we've been thoughtful. I just think it's taken, unfortunately, on our side, a mistake to take so long to get there. I wasn't involved in the case in the beginning, but since I've been involved, we've been working to find solutions. And I think the proposal before you today is a result of that effort, a result of that feedback. And it doesn't mean I've been able to solve all the problems, but it's a tremendous improvement from where we started. And I think for that reason, a 3-story apartment building is totally consistent and compatible with what you see all across Mesa. And in many places, far great taller heights than what we're proposing today. Thank you for your time, and of course, I hope to answer any questions. There may be one or two that will stump me, but I'll do my best. And with me is Daryl Truitt. He's got a lot of wisdom. I'm not saying that just because he's old, but I'm saying it because he's worked on this site a long time. He's helped solve a lot of those problems. So questions regarding hydrology or traffic, he's very capable and able to help us sort through some of those things if needed.
Thank you. I do have some questions for him, but does anybody on the board have any questions for the applicant right now? Okay, can we bring up your old guy?
I'll bring up the old guy.
Can you state your name and address for the record?
Daryl Truitt, 3764 East Juniper Circle. We just moved. It's hard to remember that. So I'm here for your questions.
Just a follow-up question to one of the members, public. What is? I know you said they're not in a flood zone. Do you know what the flood zone designation is? What
I'd have to look it up. But you know, to be in a flood zone, you have to understand, is there an outlet? Well, if you look at the property, just go to the northwest, there's a depressed freeway that's 30 feet below us. Water that comes to our site, it's going to go to that depressed freeway. It's not going to stay on our site and pond up and drain on our site. And there's an ADOT storm drain that runs right along our north boundary and has some open field grates out there to receive water off of our property and down into that storm drain and direct it, because they've even had problems in the past of it running over and down into the freeway and eroding the slopes. And so it's a practical example that it doesn't stop on our property. It goes to the freeway. And they've done some things recently in the past 5 to 10 years, to try to intercept that water so it doesn't impact their freeway.
And then my other question is, I know it's ADOT, but why the roundabout? Why the change?
So one of their primary and largest concerns with ADOT, and you see it on the news all the time, is wrong-way drivers. So we went to them at first. First, we went to them about Gilbert Road. They just no way were they interested in us intersecting at Gilbert Road. As one of the ladies said today, there's about 30,000 vehicles a day on Gilbert Road. There's about 11 or 12,000 vehicles a day on McDowell Road. They were much more interested in us intersecting McDowell Road than they were Gilbert Road for those kinds of reasons. The roundabout is a different type of a geometric and a different type of perception. If we had a 4-way intersection there, it's much, I won't say more likely, but in their minds, more likely that somebody's going to go straight and go down the wrong ramp. Whereas if they're in a roundabout, there's that nice curved thing that gets you onto the right ramp, and to go onto the wrong ramp, it's really hard to do because you got to go kind of backwards. And so it was actually their choice of a solution is for the intersection that the roundabout be proposed. We had proposed it to them at one time, and then later when we came back and we were showing them other alternatives, and I mentioned to the gal in urban freeway design, well, we had talked about a roundabout. She went, roundabout, that's a great idea. Let's do that, you know, and it's a safer intersection. I understand the concern about negotiating it with a long trailer, but roundabouts in general, if you'll read about roundabouts, are lower traffic speeds, much less serious accidents at a roundabout than you would have at a 4-way intersection, and I could go on and on and on about that. Roundabouts, people usually don't like them when they first hear about them, and after you put them in and they operate, other than maybe the horse trailer people, they like them and they use them.
Gotcha.
I don't know if that answered your question.
Yes, thank you so much.
Oh, and I should say, a lot of concerns about traffic. We did a traffic impact analysis on this. At the time we did it, did traffic counts, there was about 12,000 vehicles a day on McDowell Road. McDowell Road's a six-lane arterial. Troy or others could tell you that that's about a 50,000 vehicle a day capacity roadway at 6 lanes. We'll probably stripe it down to 4 lanes because we're using a 2-lane roundabout. Now, today, 2020, there's 8,400 vehicles a day on it. And you say, well, how come? Well, it's because of COVID. People are staying home and working from home, and traffic volumes have actually decreased. But when we do a study, we actually have to put in factors for increased growth. This lady was concerned about a couple of subdivisions. Well, we've already factored that in to the study with the increased growth that you have to do over the life of the study. Gotcha. And our level of service was like level of service B, which is like one of the highest level of services you can get for an intersection in terms of safety and capacity.
Just as a comment, I understand why ADOT would request the roundabout. I myself have gone on that road to turn on, north, and I've actually seen at night 2 wrong-way drivers enter right there.
Yes.
I know it's an issue because they're close, but then the trailer, I can see the trailer issue as well because it is difficult. I also am near Power and McKellop's off-ramp, and you see that, and I have seen the trailers too where, if people aren't backing off and they think they can get through it real fast, they're going to run right into the back of the trailer or the side of it. It's just a hard thing to do either way.
Well, roundabout will be much safer for the wrong-way driver situation. And again, we do design it for what's called a WB62 vehicle, which is longer than the horse trailers, even the 6-horse trailers.
Is this design the similar existing roundabouts off the freeways?
Yes.
It is? Okay.
Yeah, you have to meet federal and state regulations when you design a roundabout.
Board members, questions? Really? You guys are all chicken. Anyone on the phone?
I have a question, but not necessarily for Mr. Truitt.
Okay.
My question is for Cassidy. And back to Cassidy, and maybe you can answer this question for me. I know this is considered a spot zoning. And why is it that you're recommending approval for a spot zoning? I assume because the circumstances and the layout of the property, but I want to hear your opinion on that.
Chair, Board Member Allen, yeah, that's correct. It really comes down to the circumstances around this property. The proximity to the freeway, the buffer of the canal, the access off of a major arterial really precludes this site to more higher density residential, like a multiple residence development. I think if you were to develop that site for single residents, it would create an unfortunate circumstance where those single residence lots would then be backing up against those arterials. So for those reasons, we found the proposed development an appropriate location.
Well, and then answer my second question, if you would, please. I have pulled a trailer myself down that road many times, going to my parents' house that live out in that area. And is that the only way? I mean, I know that that's what the applicant said, that the ADOT said that's the only thing that we could do there for the wrong way drivers. But have you listened to those discussions, and is there a different option to help with the livestock, trailers and that?
Chair, Board Member Allen, yeah, the applicant worked extensively with the city's transportation department and ADOT, trying to come to a resolution on the most appropriate access to this site, as well as the safest access to the site. And that was the conclusion made by people who are much smarter than myself. And, there's a significant amount of engineering that was involved in the design of that roundabout and will be continued to be designed in that roundabout as the development proceeds with permitting. So it was really a collaboration between the applicant, the City of Mesa transportation staff, and ADOT to come to this solution for the roundabout.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions for staff or the applicant from board members?
I have a question.
I have a question.
Board member Boyle?
Just a question on the PAD, the development standards. As I go through, everything seems to be a reduction. Less parking required, less covered parking, less landscape yard. Has there been any trade for additional landscaping, additional trees, additional shrubs, or anything, or is everything on this one just a reduction of the normal requirements?
Yeah, so in exchange for the requested reductions as a part of the PAD overlay, the applicant is proposing those high-quality amenities. Their open space, I believe, exceeds the standards. They've got a superior elevation design. All of those are supported in to justify those requested deviations.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other board members have questions?
Chair, board members, I just want to, for just clarification, I think when board member Allen asked Cassidy if this project is, if it's spot zoning, I think her response was, she didn't mean to say that's correct to affirm that comment, so I just want to make it clear that that was not the intent of her response. We reviewed this project, or evaluated the project with the general plan character designation, which is neighborhood. And if you look at the general plan, it actually allows such residential medium zoning at the corner of Arteria. There's been several projects that has come before you where we have really made recommendation. That's something that the general plan actually recommend for those rezoning at those appropriate locations. So we looked at that. We did also look at the neighborhood compatibility, and as the applicant has said, and also as we've said or explained in our staff report, this project is set back a certain distance that is substantial from even the property to the south. In addition, the height, as this project was going through, there were several discussions. I was actually part of some of the neighborhood meetings that we went to talk to the specific property owners right to the south. And one of the things that was really critical was the height of the buildings. And through the various discussions and iterations, they reduced height, where right now the height is not higher than the base elevation of those properties to the south. So our recommendation wasn't out of place. So I just want to make sure that our comment is really addressed, that we are not saying that our recommendation recognized that it was spot zoning. It was not. It was based on the criteria set forth in the general plan.
Thank you.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Yeah, board member Boyle.
Do we know the distance to the next, is it RM5 that they're switching to? How far are we from the next area that has that? Do you have any idea? You don't have to know, I'm just wondering if you do.
Chair, board members, I don't think we have that. We did look at the compatibility, but we don't have that information.
Any other board member comments or questions? Thank you so much. All right, we'll close the public hearing and bring it back for the discussion by the board. Who's going first? Yes, board member Deanne, vice chair.
So I appreciate the thought that was given into the plan that was brought before us, given how difficult that plot is, the location, the grading, the arterials, the freeways. But my biggest issue is the rural and agricultural nature of Lehigh. And the sub-area plan is crystal clear on this. And I know that this property straddles that, but it could not be further from what that sub-area plan says. So I just have some inherent difficulties with moving forward with any kind of density around this. And it may be compatible with other plans, may be compatible with the general plan, but for the city to engage residents in defining what is the character of their area and put together a plan, what their area should look like, what they want the look and feel to be, and what they want to be respected out of their neighborhood for us to approve something that's completely different, I just have some fundamental issues with. And that's a philosophical, nothing that anybody needs to comment on.
Anyone else? Board member Boyle?
Yep, I'll follow that up. I have a lot of those same concerns that Deanna has. I wrote down some pros and cons as I've been trying to weigh this one. And I do appreciate all the neighbors coming out and expressing your opinion. I think that's why we have these meetings, and that's why we're neighborhoods. And I appreciate the design as well. It's a very pretty little project. For me, the pros would be having some variety in the neighborhood. I know that it's harder and harder to buy a single-family residence, and if you want your children to live near you, it's nice to have options of diversity in price, in rental prices, and in purchase prices of things. I think if anywhere in Lehigh, this is the one place the density makes some sense because it's straddled, again, like Deanna was saying. And I think it would look pretty down there in the little dingle with like trees and the little thing down in there. But same thing, I worry about the precedent that this would set in the Lehigh area. It's not just dense, it's really, really dense. I mean, this is the RM5 is like super, super dense. It's one of these, it's a single building surrounded by parking. It's that kind of dense product, which always gives me concern, even in other parts of Mesa where that goes in. I prefer, rentals with garages or something like that. I think this is very, very dense. And then the part of Mesa that I live in has seen, one apartment complex came in, and then another one, and then another one, and pretty soon the nature of it changed, and it became a very urban area. And the day may come when that does happen in Lehigh. I don't think that we're at that point yet, where it's time for Lehigh to start transforming into a more urban area.
Okay, thank you. Any other board member? Board member Allen?
So I guess I have a kind of a mixed opinion and feelings about this one. This is, the area that I grew up in. I'm very familiar with that area. I'm very familiar with Christmas Farms. I'm very familiar with all of the area before the freeway went through and all of that. And I feel like that maybe this type of a density is not, it's not the best for this location. I'm definitely very, I was at first, when I first saw the project and saw the design of it, I thought they did a really nice job with that. But I do know that there are some apartments that kind of buffer the Lehigh area over on McKellips, and even that encroaches some into the feel of the rural community. And even given, and I know Nana said this isn't considered a spot zoning, but in my mind it is. It's just a different type of zoning than what's the surrounding area. I understand the logic behind it, and I understand why it is, and I know it's a tough development on that site. But at this point, putting a roundabout really has a huge effect, I guess, on my opinion of it, the access in and out of there, because you've got the Lehigh Road that kind of curves down the other side. You've got the on-ramp to the freeway. You've got the going through. And then as you get to the top of that hill or Sheep Herders Park there's just a lot of things going on in that same area that people have to pay attention to and watch out for. And a roundabout right in the middle of all that, I think, really throws off that the groove. So at this point, I couldn't support the project the way it is right now. There's a lot of things I like about it, a lot of things that I have concerns about. And at this point, I wouldn't be able to support that project.
Thank you. Would not. Board members, any other comments? Board member Ayers?
Yeah, I'll add into that. I echo very similar. I won't take much time here, but I did want to add, it comes down for me feeling very, very similar to what everyone has said at this point, but it gets down to the sub-area plan. I kind of went back and forth on the roundabout, to be completely honest, because I do believe, and living nearby there, I've driven there many times. I do believe a roundabout would be something that could help potentially with the traffic concerns and seeing people actually coming down off that hill and driving very quickly. However, I just got to come back to what we do, our scope, looking at the planning and zoning. There was, as Deanna actually had brought up, a sub-area plan was put together. It's very specific. This is actually not meeting that in any way, shape, or form. And therefore, I am also leaning towards not supporting the way it is right now. So thank you.
All right. Any other comments?
Chair, board member, just for Correct. Oh, just for your information, I just want to make sure you have this information. So the project is actually not in the sub-area plan. It's not in the Lehigh sub-area plan. It's right next abutting that sub-area plan. So I just want to make sure, at least for the sake of the record, you have that information.
Understood. I think I acknowledged that early on. It really straddles the edge of that. It doesn't change my view in any way, shape, or form.
Okay. Well, this one for me is kind of back and forth, just like a bunch of them have said. I do feel the site, a higher density residential kind of fits in that spot, being it's so isolated. I think the applicant has tried to utilize the architecture and kind of the historical area of it a little bit. It is obviously more noticeably dense than the surrounding area. They have kept it lower. I feel like if you put residential in there, R1, whatever, there was some comments about someone saying going to be able to see the apartments or whatever from their house. Well, you would see a house as well. So something, whatever you put in there would go. It does seem high. The roundabout is concerning, but I'm not even sure. I mean, that might be something ADOT would just do on their own anyway, unfortunately, without, they're just trying to get the developer to pay for it at this point. But I am kind of torn, but, seeing all the comments, I think that they, unfortunately, they've gotten to this point, but I feel like the neighbors, there just needs to be more discussion on it, but I know that the attorney's kind of like, we already had discussions, but, and more in terms of, it's a difficult site, and I think the neighbors as well, everybody's never recognizing the market of what's going on with land values and house values and costs of things. And so for the next, I used to call it bigger idiot to buy it, they have to be able to break even as well. And so what that equates to is density. So the likelihood, if it's been our the lower density 1 acre lots for this whole time, I really doubt that it's ever going to be built as that. It's just a matter of what is the good point to get to. But we don't have those right now. So it's just going to be, going forward, there'll be more discussions, I guess. But I did appreciate the architecture that went into it, the design, the thoughtfulness, and the historic aspect they tried to do. For people who were wondering, I believe we had discussions earlier, Cassidy had mentioned that there was actually a fire, which is why those facilities were removed. So it wasn't a complete demolition and haphazardly for historic preservation. So I just wanted to let people know that. So with that, since there's no more comments, I will open it up for a motion.
Madam Chair, I'll go ahead and move this item for a vote. I would move the approval of item 3A, case ZON 21-00129.
Do we have a second?
I second that.
Do we need to read more in that?
Yeah, explain.
Yeah.
Chair, board members, the attorney looked at me. I think we just have to add with the conditions as recommended.
Okay, so I will add to my motion that we approve this item with the conditions that are included in the staff report.
That's correct.
Second.
And Troy seconds. All right, if everybody can vote. Board Member Allen. You're on mute.
Nay.
Board Member Ayers.
Nay.
All right. Motion fails. So we need a second motion, correct? Do I have another motion?
No, we don't.
It just does.
No, I'm sorry, but do we have, someone needs to make another motion?
No, we don't.
No?
We don't, because the motion failed automatically,
Okay.
which means the case
Gotcha.
was denied.
Thank you. All right, and so this one will go to council.
We'll be working on the cancel date. As of now, I don't have the specific cancel date.
Okay, sounds good. All right, thank you guys for all attending. We'll move on to the next case on the agenda. Can we take a 5-minute? Take a 5-minute break. Thank you. 5A, which is case ZON 21-00278, District 5, within the 1300 to 1500 blocks of North Power Road and the 6800 block of East Hobart Street, and within the 6800 block of East Halifax Drive, located north of Brown Road on the east side of Power Road, rezoned from office commercial and single residence R35 to neighborhood commercial with a planned area development overlay and site plan review for the development of a food truck park. Go ahead, Leslie.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. As you stated, this is case ZON 21-00278. The location of the site is north of Brown Road on the east side of Power Road. Surrounding the property that you see highlighted on the screen, there is a church located to the north of the property on the west side of Power Road. There is another church to the east of the property is single family residential zoned RS35. On the west side of the property, I forgot to mention, there is also some single family on that side of the road. South of the property, there's an RS35 parcel owned by the city of Mesa, intended to be a future fire station site. The general plan for the site, it falls within the neighborhood suburban character area within the city. That neighborhood character area does allow for non-residential uses along arterial frontages, which this property falls within, along Power Road. That designation also allows for schools, parks, places of worship, and local serving businesses. The goal of that character area is to provide safe places for people to live and enjoy their surrounding community. The history of the approvals on this site, it was first annexed into Mesa in 1983 as part of a larger parcel that came in. In 1984, the RS35 zoning was established on the overall property. In 2007, the City Council rezoned a portion of the property, 2.3 acres of it, the portion south of Halifax and the smaller portion north of Halifax. They rezoned that from RS35 to office commercial and site plan review to allow an office development on the property. That was not constructed. In 2015, we received an application to rezone the property from office commercial to Infill District 1, and that was for a request for self-storage on the property. That case was tabled at the Planning and Zoning Board hearing in December of 2015. We received a similar request for the same zoning request in 2018 from OC to ID1, again for a self-storage facility, again tabled at the Planning and Zoning Board at that meeting. There was neighborhood opposition for the use on both requests for the self-storage, and no city council action was taken for either of those cases. In October of 2021, on October 13th, the Board of Adjustment upheld an interpretation of the zoning administrator that the current use of the property, primarily for food trucks, did not conform to the city's definition of public park and recreation facility. And that's what brings us here today. So the applicant has requested to rezone the property from OC and RS35. So a portion of the property still is RS35. They're requesting to rezone it to neighborhood commercial with a planned area development overlay and site plan review. The purpose would be to develop the Power Road food truck development on the overall site. The zoning designation of neighborhood commercial allows for locally oriented retail and services. Commercial uses that can go into that district include retail stores, restaurants, gas stations, and convenience stores. Going back to the restaurants, that includes limited service restaurants, which is what the zoning administrator has determined that a food truck use falls within in the zoning ordinance. So here's the site plan that the applicant has submitted. I'm gonna walk you through the approach that was taken with the site plan to create some mitigation of the use to the neighborhood. When you have commercial next to residential, that's always something we have to take a look at. So I'll use the landscape plan just because it's a little easier to follow. So on that, and just to orient you, the left side of the screen is north. So the top of the screen is to the east, and that's what's adjacent to the neighborhood. with the existing homes. The applicant has proposed an 8-foot masonry wall along that east property line and that south border, south of that parking area that's shown, and that also happens on the east side, south of Halifax, to provide, it's a masonry wall. There's a condition of approval incorporated into the staff report built in that would create some construction timelines for that wall to make sure it happens as a first phase of the development, to make sure that proper buffering is provided, since that was something the neighbors have been interested in. In addition to that, there's a 25-foot setback and landscape buffer that's being provided adjacent to that wall, and again, that follows that entire property line on the east and that south side along parking. With that, some of the other buffers that are provided, that's where they've created what they call their Great Lawn. They've got an amenity there that's currently shown as a splash pad, could be a tot lot or something like that. They've got a restroom facility that will also have some administrative offices. And then you'll see those kind of tan areas are identified as alternative surface, and that is for parking for the site. And they've got some of that shown south of Halifax, but primarily the parking is provided south of Hobart, which is that northern boundary of the site. That is identified as alternative surface to provide some additional flexibility for open space when a food truck park doesn't, or food truck site doesn't necessarily need all of those food trucks there all the time. They're usually more of a weekends where that's a higher number. During the week, you could have some additional open space. Somebody could kick a ball around when parking's not as needed, or put up some lawn chairs and hang out. So that alternative surface is something that has to be approved by the planning or the zoning administrator, and the city engineer weighs in on that as well. The surface for that has not been determined yet. That will have to be worked out. It will be a porous surface, but that will be worked out, and it will be used for parking. So it will be something that's dust-proof, but something that's usable to create open space for the site. So beyond that open space and this great lawn that I identified in those parking areas, they've got, you'll see there's kind of a large, along Hobart, they've got some outdoor seating area. They've also got that where you see those 4 blue squares on the property. So surrounding that, there's some decorative pavement surfaces that provide pedestrian walkways. They also provide access into the site for the food trucks. So they'll circle into there and then loop down along Power Road, which is where they'll be parked, and I'll explain that a little more in a moment. Those outdoor seating areas, that will provide space for people to gather and enjoy the food, but also pulling that away from the residential properties a little bit, now a little closer to Power Road, but still providing that transitional buffer and engagement with those open spaces so that people can interact and enjoy the open space as well, which is a little bit of a uniqueness to this property, which goes towards the planned area development request that they have to provide that additional open space at a limited service restaurant site. Kind of creates some unique features. As I mentioned, the food truck area has been defined on the site plan as that area that kind of bounds where that those four blue squares, those are covered areas that will provide shade for those seating areas. There's also landscaping there to provide that, and those are kind of right adjacent to where that food truck area is defined on the site plan for bringing that down close to Power Road. I'm going to the wall location plan to kind of describe what's happening along Power Road because I think it shows it a little bit better. Here you can see the orange line on the top. That's the 8-foot wall that we talked about. And then you can see a green line. It's a little harder to see, but that is a combination of a view fence and screen wall that'll be provided around the site. That'll create some additional security around the property so that if somebody is waiting in line at one of the food trucks, their child's not going to run off and get away from them with the busy street. So it's going to provide that additional security for the site, but still creating that visibility into the site. So it'll function like the screen wall that for headlights and such going onto Power Road, but still provide visibility and security. And here you can see there's some elevations of what those walls could look like. So the applicants requested a PAD for the site. The first item listed here relates to not having permanent marking for the spaces on the alternative surface parking area. That's a difficult thing to provide on a porous surface. So they'll be working with the city to determine what that surface is going to be and what's appropriate there, but they've asked not to have to delineate those parking spaces. They will have a traffic management plan that we're working with them, and I'll talk about the development agreement in a moment, that will have somebody that will be out there that can take on making sure that they're efficiently parking that space and that we're not having people haphazardly parking out there and not really getting as much parking on the site as what they need for what they have. I just realized, but I'm going to go back to the site plan for just a moment, because one of the things I didn't cover was the amount of parking that they're providing on the site. So in those areas, this being a limited use restaurant, what we've done is we've taken the parking calculations required when we have a restaurant in Mesa and applied those to this, taking into consideration the seating space for people where they're going to be eating. That area that's kind of a large square where you see some small triangles, that's an area with fire pits and such and some cabanas. That's an area that's been considered. That totaled with the area for the 4 blue canopies those 2 areas add up to 30,000 square feet. So that's considered their seating space for the property. In addition to, so we've taken one space for every 200 square feet of that area would be what the parking requirement would be, which is consistent with what we would require for a limited service restaurant in any other location in the city. In addition to that, each food truck it was determined that based on the size and that they could fit in a parking space, that they're about 162 square feet. We took the parking requirement that we would apply to an indoor space in a restaurant, and that came to the 1 space for every 75 square feet, which came to about 2 spaces per food truck. So that's where we landed on the parking calculation for the site. They've got a minimum in the stipulations of approval. You'll see that there's also a minimum that's been listed there for a minimum of 170 spaces on the site. The applicant's showing 227 spaces on the property to be able to provide that parking. And then also the locations for the food trucks is defined on the site plan, and that's condition of approval also, that they need to be located down in that area that's been defined on the site plan. So they're not going to be located anywhere else on the site or in those parking areas. So back to the PAD request, sorry about that. In that alternative parking area, they've also requested not to have landscape islands in that area. Again, that has to do with the flexibility of that space, being able to utilize it for people to go out there and kick a ball around or something when it's not being utilized for parking in their off-peak hours. The third request for the deviation to code was to have the 6-foot fence within the street side setback along Power Road. And again, they're still creating that feeling of the 3.5-foot wall that is allowed within that setback with the view fencing above that. It also, being able to locate within that setback allows them to provide landscaping on both sides of that wall, kind of softening that space and but still providing that visibility and security. So this project, another condition of approval will be that it has to go to the design review board. When it comes to the quality of the project, some of the things that you've already seen as far as the uniqueness of that open space area, those gathering areas. In addition to that, going towards the quality that's required, they've provided some modern designs here. You can see they'll have to go to the design review board. We don't have an application for that yet, but again, that comes in with the conditions of approval, that they will have to meet our building form standards that are established in our zoning ordinance. They provide some playful elevations on the site that, kind of fit the use of the property. They've given some visuals of what some of those shade sail canopies could look like out there, what those hardscape surfaces could look like to kind of upgrade the feeling of those areas. So you're not going to have just dirt areas in front of the food trucks. You're going to have paved surfaces, but they're going to be an enhanced paved surface. Also what some of those wall details could look like. Again, the design review board will have a final view of those to make recommendations for approval through the planning director on the elevations. And in addition to that, the landscaping will be part of that as far as the final design on the landscaping that nails down what those plant materials are and so on. So the applicant did complete their citizen outreach, their citizen participation out on the site. They did their required notifications. They held a neighborhood meeting on the subject site on April 20th of this year. They had approximately 50 people in attendance. As far as sign-ins and just kind of trying to gather, there was a lot going on the property that night. Staff was able to attend as well, but they did have a very good turnout. Concerns that were brought up related to the land use, the fencing, the lighting, noise, traffic, and parking. You've also got in your materials that came with you, as well as I think you had a couple of new letters that had come in the last week that are provided to you from the neighborhood with opposition for many of those same reasons. I think you'll see some consistency there as far as what the concerns are. You have many people who want to speak tonight. You also have a petition from that neighborhood that was included in your packet materials. As far as the land use, that's one of the reasons that we're here tonight. The fencing I've already covered as far as providing those buffers along those property lines and creating that condition of approval for the construction timing to see that that happens soon to make sure that that buffering is adequate and it's provided. The lighting is something that will be addressed with design review, but also city code requires them to comply with our ordinance and our dark sky ordinance and making sure that we don't have lights that are projecting onto the residential properties from this site. So they're going to need to comply with all of those things. They've indicated they're willing to do so. There's a condition of approval for that. Noise, they're going to need to comply with the city's noise ordinance. The applicant has also indicated they're willing to work with the neighbors on a good neighbor policy for this site as this project moves forward to city council. So they're working on that. Noise, it's our understanding that noise will be a part of that discussion. As far as traffic goes, transportation has taken a look at it and the roadways are adequate to support the additional traffic. Parking, I believe I've already covered. They're going to have some traffic management on the site, which will also be part of the development agreement for the property. So the development agreement, as I mentioned, some of the things that will be included in this, it's going to require city council approval. So that's being negotiated and it will go forward with this case as far as what the development agreement is. But it will include the conditions of approval from this case that have been included. And that includes wall locations. The food truck locations they are defined as far as where they can be located. The lighting, the construction timing, the landscape and building design, which falls under design review, and the parking, what the parking requirements are. The good neighbor policy is also stipulated, and that is something that they'll be working out with the neighbors as far as some additional things that could be included in that. Will that be hours of operation, who they contact if there's problems? You just heard about similar on the adjacent property, so I won't get into all of that. And again, this development agreement will go along with this case as it moves forward to City Council. So staff's findings in reviewing this site against the general plan is that it is in conformance with the general plan along Power Road. It complies with the criteria in Chapter 22 for a PAD and the criteria in Chapter 69 for site plan review. And we have recommended approval with conditions, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Leslie. I have just two questions. On the site plan, the access points along Hobart Street, I see that one of them, the pedestrian/food truck area is gated. Are the other two gated as well? Are they going to be slide gates or access points? I just see the driveways. I don't see that they're gated. I was just wondering.
I do believe there is going to be gates on all of the access points.
Yeah, those driveways as well.
Right, okay. And one thing I did not mention is the intent is for most of the parking to happen up off of Hobart to reduce the impact on Halifax, which is currently where people are parking at the site. So there are gates at all of those, so that can be controlled that way to make sure that they're filling the parking lot on Hobart before they move to the Halifax site for parking.
And then as part of the development agreement and some stipulations, we saw there's some things in there regarding the timing of the impact to the neighbors, you know, because it's currently an ongoing thing right now. So how, what as far as the wall and the lighting that are, I guess, the most impactful right now to the neighbors with it currently ongoing, what are the conditions that you guys are discussing with those right now?
The items that we're discussing will go along with this project as they're moving forward with their phasing as far as getting what's going to happen to
As far as having them resolved?
As far as getting them resolved?
Yeah, as far, I mean, like once, if this was to be approved, when would those be addressed, the timing on those?
Those are being worked out. There are some timelines that are established in the stipulations of approval. You get into things where you have, you know, availability of materials and things. So through the development agreement, we'll be working out those details. But we are trying to move things along quickly, but still understanding that there are constraints that the applicant has to deal with availability of labor and materials.
Chair,
and timing on the site.
Chair, members of the board, I think one of the questions, or your question, there is a specific condition that addresses the wall. Condition number 12 and 13. 13 specifically talks about when construction will commence, and also condition number 12 talks about or discusses when the applicant have to submit the permit for review, and then after it's approved, when they have to start construction. Typically, as you are aware, when you review projects, we really don't get into timing of when they have to submit plans and when they have to really start construction. But in this case, we believe that it's really critical for them to do that. So it's really a condition of, or a number of conditions of approval that really lays out this timeline. It will also be carried into the development agreement as well. So we will make sure that there are various avenues to make sure all these measures are just really put in place at specific time and not just left open.
Thank you. Does any other board members have questions for Snow?
I have just a few. So food trucks are sort of a newer fad, at least becoming, they're not a new fad, but they're becoming popular again. Typically, if I'm driving around and I see a food truck in the city, is it probably operating illegally? Or does the city usually, you may not know the answer to this, I'm just wondering, because I see them from time to time, and I always wonder, is everyone getting the permits? Is everyone doing this? Is that a standard thing?
I can't speak to what you've seen, just that there are certain regulations, places they can be located, and so they are expected to follow that criteria.
So there's some very strict ordinance rules about where food trucks can and can't be.
And there's rules, I don't know how.
They're not.
Chair, board members, let me answer that question. The food trucks, based on the interpretation, falls under limited restaurants. We have a zoning district, and where limited restaurants are allowed, it's not different from any use and where they're allowed in the zoning district. However, we also have public right-of-ways. So most of the food trucks that you see are within the public right-of-way, which falls outside the zoning district and where they go. So if you see a food truck on the public right-of-way, that's not something that we really regulate.
Okay.
And a further point of clarification for the board, I believe it was in May of this year, City Council adopted an ordinance regulating food trucks, and that regulates the licensing and location in public right-of-ways. So that would be the type of, they have to get a license and operate within certain constraints. So that would be outside of what Nana is talking about.
Okay. Second question is the alternative parking material. What are some examples of that have been tossed around? What are they thinking of putting there?
Well, you'll see on the landscape plan, it shows decomposed granite. They've got the possibility of doing a turf on that area, so it could be grass. One of the examples that they've utilized is how the parking is run for the Cubs and for the A's and to be able to allow that turf parking area, which creates a softer environment, but also allows the parking on it.
Okay, that's because I thought it was granite, but then you were talking about kicking a ball around, and it's like, well, you don't usually do that. So that was just confusing to me. Okay, those are my questions. Thanks.
Any other board member questions at this time?
I just want to make sure I'm reading the staff report correctly. So prior to the zoning administrator's designation that these are limited service restaurants, we had no classification for food trucks anywhere in our zoning ordinance. Is that correct?
Yes, excuse me, Chair, board members, we do not have specific use, listed use as food trucks. However, the zoning ordinance, just to repeat myself, allows, or one of the requirements of the function of the zoning administrator is to really look at a use and see what similar use is comparable to and make a determination as to what that use falls under. So even as of now, it was the Board of Adjustment, the affirmation of my interpretation that affirmed that the food trucks falls under limited restaurant uses.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Leslie? Okay, thank you. We'll hear from the applicant.
Oh boy, now my skills are being on display. Which button do I push? It used to be F5. That dates me, the function button.
You can also go down there
Yeah.
to the little slideshow.
Next time I'm going to be looking for a DOS operating system. My name is Sean Lake, 1744 South Val Vista, here on behalf of the property owners, Ray Johnson and David Darling. I appreciate the opportunity to be before you. I'm going to clarify a couple of things, and then I'm going to get into our presentation and what I want to talk about. But first, Leslie, we appreciate Leslie and her presentation. She was very thorough, and working with her and with Nana in the planning department has been a pleasure to try to come to some compromise or agreement to allow this something that could work but still addresses a lot of neighbors' concern. The property owners still believe that this existing operation is in conformance with state law. So I just want to put that on the record. The operation is consistent with state law. But having said that, you may recall that this project was on the October 13th, 15th, whatever it was, Planning Commission meeting. It was continued from that meeting. And in that time, we've spent extensive time working with the city to try to come up with a plan, not only a site plan and making changes to site plan, but a list of conditions that address the issues that Leslie did where's Leslie? There we go. That Leslie did an excellent job outlining. And as I'm sitting there, and this isn't part of my presentation, I started looking through the conditions. And specific conditions of approval, we're used to seeing the standard form conditions with projects that go through. But this one, for example, number one addresses the specific issues to tie, the site plan and exactly what is going to be built, so it's not a bait and switch situation. Condition 2 talks about the wall plan, again, addressing the wall, which was a big issue. Condition number 4, the good neighbor policy, trying to work with the property owners going forward. We know there's been some animosity in the past, but we want to put that behind us and try to work together cooperatively, and in doing that, we would come up with a good neighbor policy. Number 6 deals with parking, specific parking. There is no requirement for food trucks. We had to come up with a new one. And so we worked with staff, we prepared a parking study. 6 deals with that. Number 7 deals with parking. Number 8 deals with where they go on the site. Number nine is, which is the new one that you received today, again, deals with where those trucks go. Number 10 deals with lighting. Number 11, 12, 13, 14, all deal with the wall again, to try to address a lot of those buffer things. And so in that 2-week period, we've worked extensively with staff to try to come up with conditions of approval that address the buffering, to address compatibility with this community. And so we're coming before you this evening with a recommendation for approval from the planning staff. They've done a great job to try to come up with those conditions put them in the proposed conditions of approval and ordinance so that this board would have something that they feel comfortable recommending approval. And so that's where we came and what we've tried to do. I've also met with Mr. Sloan, very nice gentleman. I've met with him a couple of times. He invited me into his home, but he came into my office again today. We've had some email exchanges, but that will be an ongoing discussion. And so we will continue to work with Mr. Sloan, who will get up and I'm sure talk, but we will commit to have those ongoing discussions with those neighbors today. So now let me kind of get started. For many of us that have been out in Mesa for a long time, I look at Power Road as Old Bush Highway. And then when the city annexed a lot of the property up where we're at today, it became Power Road. And then as you go farther north to Saguaro, it became Bush Highway. But Power Road is a major northwest arterial. I think it's probably the busiest northwest arterial in the city, if not the first or second busiest street in the city of Mesa, excluding US 60, of course. It is a busy road full of a lot of different uses, a lot of commercial, a retail power center, regional shopping, freeway on and off ramps, retail commercial, golf resorts, a lot of different uses that you see up and down Power Road. Leisure World, Power, a big old community that was built many years ago. So Power Road has a lot of different uses on it. It is a very busy road, and it has become more and more busy as the city has grown all the way up to the northern boundaries of the property. This property itself has a long history, going back, as staff pointed out, of a lot of different uses that have been proposed. There's some uses that we propose to put on this site, in addition to the mini storage that Leslie pointed out. We also looked at doing multifamily on this site. So we've tried, in working with planning staff, to try to come up with a land use on this property to try to work to make something happen here. And so that's one of the additional things that we've tried on this site. We think we've come up with a good use to utilize this property for a commercial venture. It's a park, but will allow food trucks on it that are tailored down and have a lot of conditions that regulate what happens on that. So we think that's a good proposal. I'm going to jump through these real quick. We believe the proposal is consistent with the general plan, as does staff. The rezoning application, I think Leslie went through this, so I won't spend a whole lot of time on what we're proposing to go from office commercial and R35 to neighborhood commercial. I just talked about the history over a decade of what we've been trying to do on this site, but we think this is a good proposal that does address a lot of the concerns and provides good, adequate buffer. And we think, after working extensively with staff, is finally ready to come to the Planning Commission and addresses those things with the conditions of approval. So that's why we're here today. Again, Leslie stole my thunder on that. Let me identify some of the things in working with staff over the many, many months of working on this that are identified on the site plan that's presented, which is condition number 1, compliance with the site plan. And so what we incorporated was the walls, as Leslie pointed out. We will, in conditions, I think it was 11, 12, 13, 14, that sets forth a time frame in which that 8-foot wall will be built adjacent to the residential homes on the east and south sides. And it's very specific on when the permits have to be submitted, when we have to start, when we have to finish. All of that is set forth so that wall, with the walls. Lighting. We've submitted a lighting plan on where lights will go. If this project is approved, we will remove the existing lighting for those that have been out to the site and install a more permanent, attractive, more compatible lighting plan, and that's submitted. I met with Mr. Sloan today and said, hey, we'll work with you too to make sure that there's not glare onto the property. Again, there's a condition of approval dealing with lighting and how that works and how that will be reviewed by the city. Parking. Early on, as this operation started, parking was a significant issue. We didn't have the larger property up to the north of the site. Parking was an issue. And so in working with the city, we tried to identify what is a solution. And the land to the north was available. So the property owners went and acquired that property so that they could provide or come forward with a plan that does address parking and has sufficient parking on site so that there isn't a parking problem. And that's the plan that's presented before you today. As far as coming up with those numbers, there's a lot of different there's not a lot of studies out there about food trucks, but there are other cities and other operations that have them. But we think, given our operation, that there is sufficient parking on site to address the parking issue so that you won't have people parking up and down those public roads. I can't stop people from parking on a public road unless the city wants to do that. The city council can do that at any time. But we think we have a sufficient on-site parking. We've also had discussions with the church directly adjacent to provide some overflow parking and hope that good relationship with the church can continue to provide parking in there. So we've tried to address the walls, the landscaping, the buffers, the lighting, the parking. One of the other things was permanent power. There's generators out there right now. With this approval, we'll be able to bring permanent power and get rid of those, and so that will help address some of the noise issues and concerns. And so with this approval, we think that will be beneficial in addressing the noise issue. Bathrooms. We'll build bathrooms on the site that are on the site plan. Again, condition number 1. That there will be bathrooms out on the site so that the portable facilities will be removed, and with this approval or this plan, that will be addressed to address that concern. And then last on that is the food truck area. These property owners have identified an area on the plan adjacent and along Power Road, which is the busiest area. Again, one of the busiest arterials in the city of Mesa. That's where they'll push and all the food trucks down to that area along Power Road. And that's contained on the site plan and regulated by condition number 1 of compliance with the site plan, which labels food truck area. So we've tried to do everything we can. Leslie did a great job of explaining the amenities, and I won't go into that because I wanted to focus a lot on the buffers and what we've done. But there will be a lot of amenities associated with this park. You'll be able to come and have a fire pit, cook s'mores with your kids, sit and just gather, sit at the picnic facilities, eat food trucks, watch your kids in the lawn areas play soccer or do whatever, maybe have a younger kid soccer practice over there while the dads or moms are watching and be able to eat there. So we think it's a great, wholesome environment for people to come. For those that have been to it, it's hugely successful in the city of Mesa right now. It's operating, people love it. If I was just sitting over there being bored and I started to read Google reviews and I heard I read things like, wow, this is really attractive, this is unique, this is a place to go, this is something cool for Mesa, this is really nice. So the people are out there and they're attending this place. This is something that's unique and attractive along Power Road. We think the successfulness that we've had so far says, hey, this is something we want to have. We want to try to encourage to promote the small businesses and have a place for the people to go. So we think this is a good thing. But we think it will be even better. It will be even better with this plan because this plan can address a lot of the concerns that are currently existing on the property today. Again, Leslie identified the wall, so she kind of stole my thunder on my presentation, so I'm just kind of walking through providing sufficient number of parking spaces, and there's conditions dealing with the number of parking spaces and how they'll be. Again, lighting. We've submitted cut sheets for the types of lighting that will be installed if this plan is approved, as opposed to the lighting that is out there today. The elevations, I think we can all agree, they're very creative, they're very unique. It's something different. It's just not the standard beige stucco box with a tile roof. And so we're excited to see something unique, and we think along Power Road is a good place to do that. And so it will be very attractive, and again, that will go to the Design Review Board should this move forward, again, with the other areas. And this was done before we reached an agreement, but we now are in agreement with the planning director and the staff report on all of the conditions of approval. We think that this is all the conditions represent a good method to address a lot of the concerns, to provide the appropriate buffer, and create a plan that is consistent and compatible with the neighborhood. So with that, we would request that you recommend approval to the City Council so that we can move forward and try to reach a compromise to make this very nice, popular place even better and address a lot of these issues with the improvements that will be done as part of this approval. So with that, we'd request your approval and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Sean. Any board members have any questions for the applicant at this time? Board Member Crockett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just quickly, the restroom facilities, how extensive are those going to be? do you have a sense yet for, will they accommodate a?
Well, they're working with their architect on the number of depositories.
Yeah, I don't know why. I was trying to be diplomatic. I don't know. Fixtures.
That's the number of fixtures. They do have portable facilities out on the site, so they kind of have a feel for how many get used now. We don't anticipate a lot more traffic with this new plan. It's just it's spread out a lot further, and there's more amenities, and there's more seating area, and there's more park space. So we think we have a feel, but we'll work with our architect to make sure that there are enough fixtures.
Thank you.
Board Member Peterson?
Through the chair. Sean, so this is obviously an evolution of, as this has started and to where it is now, it's been evolving and it will likely continue to. It's not something that there's a model of that you look around town and say, hey, this, we did it there, we did it there. It's a new concept and some new territory here. Up to this point, it's been seasonal and weekend dominated. With if these improvements go in and are built, what time-wise, what is there anticipated daily use or who will? I mean, the facilities there are great. Are they going to, what's kind of the plan for use going forward?
Board Member Peterson, through the chair, you're right. This is a seasonal thing. There's not a lot of people that like to go out in 120-degree weather to go get a waffle crush or a Proof Bakery loaf of bread or maybe the lemonade stand does really, really well, the lemonade truck. But it is seasonal. We find as the weather cools off right now, it's starting to pick up and the popularity increases. The weekends are obviously more popular than the weekdays. They are open Monday through Saturday right now, and they find that the more traffic occurs on the Friday and Saturday than they do on the Monday through Thursday. They're also extremely popular with groups that want to come out and hold a birthday party, or they've got 3 high school reunions of people that want to come. It's just an outdoor place to gather where you can sit in a picnic area or sit around a fire and cook s'mores with your kids. Church groups love to come out to this facility and just sit around and hang out. And they may or may not go buy anything from the food trucks. They don't charge for people to come and sit at a picnic table or charge to come and play cornhole or some of the other games that they have on the site. People can come onto the site, but if they choose to go purchase anything from the food trucks, they're more than welcome to, and then take them back to the picnic areas and eat them there or sit around the fire pit and enjoy that. So we think this will be much, much nicer than what's there. We love what we have right now, but we think this will be much, much nicer.
Any other board members? I don't hear anybody online. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to open up the public meeting. So we have ones that we're going to read into, just like the last case from online.
Quite a number of comments to be read into the record. If I can get some clarification from some folks that submitted a blue card, whether you wanted to speak in person or just simply have your stance read into the record. James Schaller? Pardon me? Is James? Just read into the record. Thank you. Kylie Reynolds, do you want it just read into the record? Kylie? Okay. Thank you for the clarification. Ray Leo, do you want it just read into the record? Okay. Laura Enosara, I'm sorry, into the record. Thank you very much. With that said, first one, Karen Jenkins, 6834 East Halifax Drive, opposed to the item, did not wish to speak. Marilyn Burnson, 6908 East Hobart Street, opposed to the item, did not wish to speak. Excessive traffic, bright lights, blocks view to enter power. Next, Philippa Rodriguez, 7035 East Hobart Street, opposed to the item, did not wish to speak. Jeff Retch, my apologies, I wonder, 6931 East Indigo Street, opposed, did not wish to speak. I wonder how they can do business when none of this has been approved. Jay Wickstrom on Hobart Street, opposed to the item, did not wish to speak. Edward Bisbee, 6835 East Halifax Drive, opposed to the item, did not wish to speak. The food park has an apparent inability to follow through with what they say. Traffic is the biggest problem. Laura Enosara, 6951 East Hobart Street, opposed to this item. Ray Leo, 6951 East Hobart Street, opposed to this item. Kylie Reynolds, 6821 East Halifax Drive, opposed to this item. James Schuller, 6821 East Halifax Drive, opposed to this item. Laura, my apologies, we have your comments on a different card. Dear Leslie Davis, I would like to voice my opposition to PZ 21134. I would like to say that many in our neighborhood are not unreasonable people. Our concerns over the Power Food Park are because the owners of the properties have no regard with obtaining proper permits and have proceeded with their plan without approval. Our neighborhood has suffered because we have not been allowed to have a say. We urge you to reconsider and give this neighborhood a chance. We would welcome constructive and meaningful conversations regarding the impact of our streets and neighborhood. Thank you. Next comment from Stephanie Elliott, 6965 East Hobart Street, opposed to this item. We are opposing this change due to the high traffic and reckless driving taking place in our private neighborhood. Our family does not feel this is the right area for this type of venue. Next comment from Dale Thorson, 7004 East Hobart Street, opposes this item. Please deny. 33-year resident of this quiet, peaceful, safe, upper middle class, single family neighborhood. There is no place for a food court or beach park or apartments or other similar commercial operation. Fear to our families regarding traffic, congestion, noise, light, sanitary issues, introduction of unwanted elements of society leading to haven, drugs, injury, and robbery, additional cost to the city, traffic control, safety protection. Council members, their families would never approve of this operation or zoning in their neighborhood. Vote responsibly, not in favor of businessmen seeking maximum gain. Next comment is from Tom Bade, 7030 East Halifax, in opposition. My name is Tom Bade. My wife and I live at 7030 East Halifax Drive. I'm writing you to ask you to not recommend zoning changes for the subject property for the following reasons. Proposed zoning does not fit with the existing neighborhood, is not more than 250 feet from residential homes. The applicant for over a year has had a total disrespect for the city and existing city zoning. Applicant has been using residentially zoned property commercially. Applicant has been using right-of-way for handicap parking. Applicant claims there is a public park but reserves the right to bar patrons. Applicant will reduce city property tax by causing the property values of the neighborhood to decline. I believe that already struggling restaurants in the area will suffer a loss of revenue, which will also reduce city sales tax revenue. Please consider what you would recommend if this swap meet was at the entrance to your neighborhood. Your consideration is greatly appreciated. Tom and Joanne Bode. Next comment is from Richard Allen, 6945 East Halifax, opposes. Did not wish the comment to be read. Next, Karen and David Paintner, 6701 East Princess, in opposition. We oppose this food truck operation for it has been devastating to our neighborhood. After working all day, we want to come home to relax and enjoy our family and yard. If this rezoning goes through, instead we come home to noise from crowds of people, excessive lighting, traffic, and garbage. Then comes the homeless and crime. We do not want to live in this environment. When the Board of Adjustment votes 6-0 stating his food truck operation currently is illegal, why hasn't the city shut him down? Do laws only apply to certain people? Who is the city protecting and why? We need answers. Next comment from Russell and Marilee Burnson, 6908 East Hobart, in opposition. I oppose the rezoning of the property east of Power Road between Hobart and Halifax Streets. I live across the street from this property, so I see firsthand 6 nights a week all of the safety and code violations. Please do not allow this to continue by approving rezoning of this property. Please support shutting down this food park under its current unsafe and unsanitary conditions. Thank you, Russ and Marilyn Burnson. Next comment from, oh, excuse me, that was a repeat. Thomas Bade, 7030 East Halifax, in opposition. Contrary to the applicant's narrative, the incompatible project has not been well received by the neighborhood. The narrative also states that the existing subject property is an allowed use. Using residential zone property for commercial parking is not allowed use. If the so-called park is allowed, there would be no need for change in zoning. If this application is approved, the following should be included in conditions of approval. Parking should not be an alternate material and should be marked pavement with access for the handicap. Don't lock out the handicap. Next comment, Ryan Wozniak, 1301 West 9th Street I'm in support of the Power Road food truck proposal as a creative placemaking concept for enhancing entrepreneurial opportunities for small business ventures, and so wish them to succeed. As an appointed transportation advisor for Mesa, the residents voiced concern to TAB about the traffic this proposal generates. I expect signs placed in the middle of Hobart Street and Halifax Drive discouraging cut-through traffic would be adequate for residential impact. I would advise deregulating arbitrary parking requirements too. Complete comments emailed to Nana Apia and are attached. Next comment from Lena Bronstein, 6915 East Halifax, in opposition, did not wish comments read. John Morgan, 7027 East Halifax, in opposition. Next, Calvin King, 6919 East Hobart, in opposition. Safety, security, noise, unsafe traffic are all concerns. This is not wanted in our neighborhood. Permits not required in the city of Mesa, apparently. Next, comments from Ann and Doug Gerber, 1435 North 71st Street, in opposition. Our once quiet and clean neighborhood is now being overrun with loud music every night. Hundreds of cars driving through our neighborhood every night. Our roads do not have sidewalks and no city lights, and it is extremely dark in the evenings. With so many vacant office building parking lots and so many large public parks in our city, it makes sense that the food trucks would be more suited to an area that can better accommodate the car and foot traffic that this park brings with it. The food park is a great idea, but wrong location. The residents east of the food truck park oppose the park. Next, Dwight Bear, 1342 North Power Road, in opposition. The commercial zoning and businesses will depreciate the property values in our neighborhood. The traffic when the food park operates is inconvenient and disturbing to those of us who live adjacent to the park. The lights from the food park, as well as the cars pulling in and out, shine directly into the window of my house for the whole evening when the food park is open. This is an annoying disturbance. Thank you for listening to our concerns. Next is Patricia McEwen, 6920 East Hobart, in opposition. Hobart, Halifax, and 71st Street are residential streets with no outlet other than Power Road. No infrastructure exists to support business traffic. Only 2 lanes are available for access. Other businesses along Power are not accessed via neighborhoods. If the park is approved, it needs to include the requirement for infrastructure to support direct access from Power only. The neighborhood requires easy access to and from homes. The venue produces noise, trash, blinding lights, and the smell of old cooking oil. The current fence blocks the view of traffic northbound on Power from Hobart. Please vote no. Thank you. Shannon Martinson, 6843 East Halifax, in opposition. The food trucks have brought unusual and dangerous traffic patterns to my neighborhood. The crowds have been difficult to navigate. There's an increase in trash, and I can't come and go from my own home without serious delays and hazards. I am so frustrated. It is damaging my property values. There is no escape because it's at my doorstep. Please protect my neighborhood, but now by not allowing the rezoning to pass. If we have no choice but to accept the business plan steamrolling our way of life, please make allowances to leaving the streets clear for residents and trash removal by the businesses. And those are all the comments submitted into the record.
Thank you so much. So now we will move on to the other comment cards with people who wanted to speak. So the first one we have is David Sloan.
I am David Sloan. I live at 6822 East Halifax Drive. That is right in the, I'll just call it the armpit of the, right, the new proposed park. I share a property line on 2 sides with the food park, and we also share history that I'll mostly leave out in the interest of building bridges. However, suffice it to say, it has been contentious and generally unproductive. And while there are 2 sides to every story, I've got to say, I don't think it's unreasonable for me to want to live in my house and raise my family on my quiet street without being subjected to a rock and roll block party next door 6 nights a week. I've actually talked to the owners a bunch of times, and I've told them on multiple occasions that I'm actually a big fan of food trucks, right? My wife doesn't, she's not happy about that for me, but and I could even be supportive, right? I could even be supportive of this project. However, I've also told them in the same breath, it needs to be in compliance with the law, and it needs to be operated in a manner that does not overly impact the neighbors, right? That's considerate of everybody's property rights. The impact of the food park for my life, we don't have to take this as a hypothetical. This is a fun case, right? So the impact on my life over the last year it can't be overstated. You've seen the dozens of letters that we've sent in, the comments, pretty well nail it down. Hopefully you've seen the photographs that I've taken out of my window and from the window of my son's bedroom, right, into the park. Granted, there can be a wall, and that doesn't solve everything. What you can't see as easily is the number of times that I've gone to Ray and Dave and I've asked them to move a generator away from my child's bedroom and asked them to turn the music down or asked them to address the street parking, put some effort into it, and been greeted by a shoulder shrug. You can't see the impact of a father trying to read his 6-year-old son to sleep at night. On a weeknight, over the din of people partying, driving in and out, air horns blowing, car alarms chirping, and all of the like, right? I like people having a great time too. But when people are having a great time living next door to you every single night, it's different. You can't see the frustration when I ask for simple remedies to these things and I'm told, okay, Dave, what are you complaining about now, right? Or, well, your problem is you live next to a commercial property. And then, as though that just absolves them of any obligation to be a good neighbor. They knew full well that they were buying a commercial property in the midst of a sea of residential. And the portion to the north that's currently zoned as residential only very recently came onto the market. And so as a point of clarity, that's not, a ton of things have not been tried there. And very most recently, that property was acquired by somebody who did want to build 6 single-family homes. And he was actually told that that usage was probably too intense for the neighborhood. I'm not sure how this is less intense than that. So although I am frustrated with the last year of the operations and our previous interactions, I believe it is possible for the operation to potentially coexist with the neighborhood, but it will require the cooperation and the effort on behalf of the owners. Right? To that end, I have hired an attorney specifically to help negotiate a reasonable solution that can work for everyone. Obviously, personalities get involved and things get heated. That becomes a challenge. There is a condition for a good neighbor policy. I'm over my time. Can somebody yield me 3 minutes?
You can continue for a little bit.
Thank you. There is a condition of a good neighbor policy in the staff report. However, it remains undefined. It's vaporware at this time. It's intended to be, it's instructed to be written by the property owners themselves. And at this point, it's completely unenforceable. This is a key item, right? How can we demonstrate compatibility with the neighborhood without that? I don't see how we can support this project without actually seeing that piece of paper. To have it as a condition is a great start, but it's meaningless unless everybody gets to know what it actually says. And the way the condition is written currently, it leaves it entirely up to the food park to determine for themselves what being a good neighbor consists of. This meeting was continued for 2 weeks, primarily to allow for these exact type of discussions. However, due to misunderstandings and availability, we've only been able to have our first actual meeting just this morning. I believe that both sides are actively engaged in good faith to work out terms, but there is significant ground that still needs to be covered, and we just need more time to see where that goes. This is an unknown and extremely intense retail use on a mid-block parcel surrounded completely by long-standing residential area, 50% of which, everything to the east of Power, is all large lot. And if this operation can't be run without spilling over into the surrounding neighborhood and having an unreasonable impact, then it's either being managed badly or it's just the wrong place. And those are key issues, I think, that are relevant to the board here today. So based on all of these events, I ask you not to support this proposal in its current state. There are too many critical things that are still undefined or unresolved right now, and without the time to see where they go, it would be irresponsible to vote for approval. Having said that, we have had a productive meeting today. I think that with much more work, we may find the common ground that we're looking for, but the engagement must be strong and continuous.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions for the speaker?
Madam Chair, I do. Hey, David, thank you for coming down tonight. So you've heard the applicant's explanation of what they've done to try to accommodate the concerns of the neighbors. It sounds like, I mean, Do you have any response to that tonight? I mean, it sounds like you haven't seen everything quite yet that you'd like to see, or is it more an issue of getting something in kind of an enforceable format as far as you're concerned? Are there pieces that are still missing, I guess, is my question.
Sure. My answer is yes and yes. And so certainly something that's not enforceable, and I appreciate your question, right? It strikes to the heart of the matter. And so if something's not an enforceable agreement, right? This is our policy. Okay. And what? So then I'm left to just assume, everything's going to be fine. My neighbors are left to assume, they said everything's going to be fine, right? So that's part of it. And then, clearly the details matter, right? The details matter. This isn't, it's not a known element. We all recognize that. And one thing that I would point out too is it's sort of being posed as a false choice between, well, you can either have generators running and no fence, or you can approve this project, and get all of and that's just, you guys are smarter than that, right? But I want to stick to the question. I'm sorry, does that address it?
It did, yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? No, okay, thank you so much. The next speaker is Roger Jenkins. Can you state your name and address for the record, please, when you get there?
My name is Roger Jenkins. I live right next door to Dave Sloan. And every night I echo, what he says. Every night it's noise, the generators, the total lack of concern for the neighborhood. I believe there are 37 homes in my neighborhood. All of them are large lots, 1+ acres, and some are 2 to 3 acres. We've held meetings about this rezoning for the Power Food Truck Park. Not one person has told me that they are in favor of rezoning. There are 2 streets into the neighborhood, Halifax and Hobart. If the rezone is approved, all the homeowners must drive through or past whatever gets built there. The newest house is about 2 years old. It's right down the street from on Halifax. At the Board of Adjustment meeting, the Power Food Truck Park investment money was discussed. They brought it up. What about all the millions of dollars that 37 homeowners have spent, all the while relying on zoning and codes to protect their investment? The existing neighborhood investment far exceeds what the Power Food Truck Park's money. Please remember all the calls, complaints, and emails of the past year about the Power Food Truck Park to the City of Mesa when you vote on rezoning. This is a quiet residential area. Was a quiet residential area. The proposed business is noisy, loud talking, yelling, screaming, kids and adults, the smell of food cooking from multiple food trucks 6 nights a week. How would you guys like to cope with all that in your neighborhood? And what these people are selling is noise. That's what they're peddling. Please vote against the rezoning.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for the speaker? All right. The next speaker is Patricia Vesnick.
My name is Patricia Vanisnik, and I own the property at 6903 East Hobart Street, which is directly adjacent to the east of the property in question, the newly added properties. I strongly oppose a rezoning of all the properties being discussed in this case. Now that the owners of these properties have further chosen to disregard the City of Mesa zoning standards and expand their operation onto the residential property next to me, I am now having to live with some of the same problems my neighbor, Dave, and his family and others have had to endure for the past 10 months, and I'm not finding it very pleasant at all. Unwanted music, not of my choosing, yelling, cars with slamming doors, a mix of cooking odors, very bright lights shining in all of my bedroom's windows, all of which, unfortunately, are located on the west side of my home, and trash from their property blowing onto my property. Then, once this fun ends, comes the utility vehicle driven around the property. It comes along for whatever closing up tasks the driver is doing. Most golf carts are silent. This one is not. I go to bed early. I get up early, I go to bed early, so this is interrupting the time when I'm trying to go to sleep every night, 6 nights a week, pardon me. Sundays is a holiday. A while back, a committee of neighbors met and discussed the major concerns of residents as a result of the food truck park business operating in our neighborhood. A list of 12 items such as not clogging up our narrow roads with parked cars, no bright lighting shining on surrounding residences, setting a limit on number of food trucks allowed per night, not the 20 or more usual on weekend nights, and operating only 5 nights a week rather than 6. All reasonable requests which would have given some relief to the neighborhood and made the situation a little more palatable. The list was given to the applicant's attorney for review and discussion. It took until last Friday to receive a response which basically rejected considering any mitigation action to these concerns, other than yes, an 8-foot sound wall would be constructed, but that's already a requirement by the city anyway, and no air horns would be used by any vehicles on their property. By the way, I heard an air horn from a vehicle leaving the property last Monday evening close to 9:30. Rumor has it one of the property owners has an air horn on his personal truck. These property owners and anyone representing them have shown absolutely no regard or concern for anyone living in this neighborhood. They have shown no willingness to work with us when concerns have been presented to them. I personally have been thrown off of their property when I walked on the property, not during food truck times, to find out what was happening regarding a complaint I and others had made about a dust control issue that I had made. Or, I'm sorry. A county employee was on site to discuss the problem, so I walked over there to see what was going on to get information. I left the property when asked by this was one of the owners that kicked me off, and complied with his request to leave. And yet, a Mesa police officer came to my home within an hour to tell me I would be cited for trespassing if I ever went on their property again. That's neighborly? Give me a break. I believe these 4 parcels should all be rezoned back to residential as they had been. Let someone who is interested in building homes on this property and add to our neighborhood in a positive way put an end to this mess. And it is a mess, and it's disgusting. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next speaker is Alan Tom. If you state your name and address for the record, and try to keep it as close to 3 minutes as possible.
Hello, honorable board members. My family, we're one of the oldest Chinese families in Mesa. I live at 116 North Sunrise Street in Mesa, Arizona. We have numerous commercial properties in Mesa, and we got where we are today through hard work, what America's all about. I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm very emotional. Mesa had my family under their thumb for years. They would never, ever allow me to just do this kind of outdoor activity like that. They say, oh, I don't want quality project. They don't want that C3 zoning on Patchy Trail from Gilbert Road to Patchy Junction. You know, Patchy Junction, I just got off the phone with an official there. They won't allow food truck park operation there. They regulated the food trucks industry so hard that they're almost non-existent there. Okay. My point is, I got so many things to say. I could speak 2 or 3 hours. I got in a short period of time. I got to say it fast. These residents here on Hobart and Halifax, they did no wrong. They're being punished, and they're innocent victims. And my family, we have 2 prime corner properties on Powell Road and between Main Street and McDowell Road. Okay, we put fine quality projects there, and one of them is an auto parts store, okay? They put over $11 million to develop these things and something nice over there. And that's what the city of Mesa want. They always want something nice. They want nothing outdoor sales, okay? I am emotional of this. Because they always had Mesa, always had my family under the thumb. They won't let us do anything. One time we went in here years ago on our property to get C3 zoning because they were scared we were going to do outdoor sales. We just want to get C3 zoning, get higher use, but we're not going to do no outdoor sales, okay? And I'm very emotional over this. They had me over my thumbs there all these years. I'm going to tell you something. My 3 businesses there, with tenants there, put $11 million over the development of these 2 restaurants and on the auto parts store there. And the quality development there, they provide over 150 full and part-time jobs over there, and tens of thousands of dollars my property generates for property taxes, and tens of thousands of dollars of sale taxes, okay? Again, my 2 restaurant tenants are being affected by this food truck operation. The fact is, every restaurant from Main Street to McDowell Road is being affected here. I respectfully disagree with everything the Planning and Mesa Department said on their thing. They don't live on Hobart, and they're not in my position, so they don't know what they're talking about from that perspective, okay? And the general plan doesn't mean anything. When you're, my family, my tenants, we're innocent. We did no wrong. Why are we being punished, okay? We're the innocent victims. So are the people that live in Halifax and Hobart, okay? And the other thing is you want to look at a bigger picture, honorable board members is, I just called and talked to the CEO of Arizona Restaurant Association. They said there's last few years, the annual gross sales of brick and mortar restaurants, I love them. There's gigantic economic producing a business, $1 billion business there, and generate thousands of jobs for all cities, especially Mesa. He said about $3 billion a year. I just got off the phone talking to an officer in the Mesa Economic Development Department. I said, what's the annual sales for brick and mortar restaurants in Arizona? In Mesa, I mean. They said there's 952 of them, 2 of them are my tenants, okay? They say they produced, in 2020 COVID year, when a lot of restaurants were shut down for inside, $967 million except from the brick and mortar restaurants there, okay? And Mesa gets 2% of that. That's $19 million. And then plus millions of dollars of property tax it generates for the Mesa public school system. Mesa gets a 10% over, roughly 10% secondary property tax on that's millions of dollars. And they provide thousands of jobs and employment. That's a tremendous economic machine for the city of Mesa and every city. And Mesa, that's 97 million, that's $1 billion, the same thing. That's 1/3 of the gross sales for restaurants in there. That's a powerful economic machine. I'm pleading and begging the city honorable board not to destroy the brick and mortar operation. And one of my restaurant tenants just opened there. They spent $6 million for improvements on that property over there, at least in land from me. Yeah, I'm almost in tears because I feel so bad about this. And Mesa controlling my family so bad all these years. And my family is one of the oldest Chinese families in Mesa, you know. And they always got the feeling that we always want to do something bad for Mesa. No, this is my hometown. I love Mesa. And they might be a board-bedroom community, but I love it that way, okay?
Thank you,
and my
Mr.
point
Tom.
is this. I'm going to say this, I'm not going to talk anymore. You got to protect the residents in Halifax and my property. And by the way, from Baseline Road to McDowell, that's the biggest area. What it is, I don't care. You buffer it, landscape it, doesn't matter what. It's still an eyesore, horrible outdoor food truck operation, and it's unfairly affecting to your business way. Because on Powell Road, from Main Street to McDowell, there's only a certain number of people, like 3,000, 4,000, whatever, can go out every night to eat. And these food trucks are taking business away.
Can you please wrap up, Mr. Tom? You've been speaking.
I'm sorry. They're taking business away from the legitimate lawful or operation business. I'm going to say this. I'm going to be quiet now. I'm going to respectfully ask and request the honorable board members step up their plate with their infinite wisdom to do the right thing, to reject and deny any rezoning of the property and reject and deny any use or overlay of the property. This food truck operation must stop here. And saying this, to the $1 billion food brick and mortar, say, come to Mesa, we welcome, we're going to protect you. We're not going to allow this kind of operation on this private property or any other property.
Okay,
property
thank you,
in Mesa.
Mr. Tom, but I need to ask you to sit down.
Thank you very much.
Thank
okay?
you. Thank you for participating.
Take your time into consideration.
Thank you. All right, next speaker is Ted Sparks.
Ted Sparks, 7010 East Halifax. I'm not here to complain about the food trucks. I want to give you a better insight as to what our neighborhood is. We have a really unique neighborhood here. I assume you've all driven through it in anticipation of this, but just in case one or two of you missed it, we have two streets coming off of Power, Halifax and Hobart, and they connect to 71st Street at the bottom. In our general traffic, generally we have little to no automobile traffic on there. We have 37 houses in the neighborhood. On 71st Street, there's 4 houses, and only one of them does not. The other 3 have direct access off either Halifax or Hobart, so nobody drives by that house, at least until this happened. Now, on a Friday and Saturday nights, we're getting hundreds of cars. Mr. Johnson testified at the last hearing that they get 1,000 people per night at these places. And they're all parking in the Halifax lot, which only holds 80 to 100 cars. And then they come out of the Halifax lot, and there's a big sign that says, more parking that way, down Halifax, all the way around 71st and up to, I said I wasn't going to complain about the food park. Excuse me. Let me tell you about our neighborhood. We're a large lot neighborhood, 35,000 square feet. Most of them are 1 acre, 2 acres, 3 acres. We've had at various times horses, chickens, peacocks, emus, parrots, wild rabbits, even a pickleball court. There are over 100 saguaros in our little block. We don't have permanent street paving. We don't have permanent street. We don't have permanent street paving. We don't have sidewalks. We don't have lighting. We don't have sewers, and we don't want them. We love it just the way it is. It's a nice, quiet neighborhood. Our street, from the usable portion of our street, which was paved on a temporary basis because they didn't want to put in they didn't want to put the street into city specifications, so it's just paved so it doesn't have dust. The width between the driveway places is like 22 feet. And here we've got hundreds of cars. I'm not complaining about the food trucks. I'm just telling you about the neighborhood. Walking around the block is very popular. It's about a mile, a little less than a mile to go around there. And a lot of people do that on a regular basis for exercise. If we do encounter a car or other people walking, our neighborhood is so old-fashioned that we wave at each other. And we've been there for 30 years, and over 25% of the neighborhood was there when we got there. We had 75% of our neighborhood is occupied, residents are senior citizens, 75% are retired there. It's just as quiet as can be. We also have young families with kids with young children, and they can go out and play in the street or walk down Middle Street or play football in Middle Street. Nobody's going to bother them because we get maybe 3 or 4 cars an hour coming through there. At least we used to. The thing that I am primarily concerned with is that the new addition that they bought on the north end of their property is zoned RS35. And the people from Lehigh told you how rare those lots are and how scarce they are. And they want to take 4 acres of that and zone it for commercial. They only need, across the front, maybe less than 1 acre. There's got to be some way that you could allow them to operate in there on the frontage of right directly on Parle Road and save the zoning and let them park on the residential zoning and not have to change it so that we don't have to fight this again when the food trucks lose their popularity, which they will. It's just, we know it's a fad and it's nice now, but it's not going to continue forever. And we don't want that zoning to be taken away from us forever. Those lots deserve to be occupied. Someone should join our neighborhood. They can, with horses or emus or whatever they want to put in there, and join us on a lot the right size, which is really hard to find, as it's already had testified. Thanks very much for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Sparks. Next speaker is Russell Brusen. I'm probably saying it wrong. Burnson.
Hello, thank you for your time. I live across the street from the operation, north and east of the current food park operation. I ask that you do not recommend this zone change request. There are just too many questions that still need to be answered. And these are from the owner's own comments tonight. He goes through all of these situations of lighting and bathrooms and permanent power and so forth. Well, they're not worked out, and there is a lot to work out. As you know, the city of Mesa has determined 2 times that this is not the proper use for this land. However, the food park continues to operate today. And you've heard already from a bunch of people under unhealthy and unsafe conditions. I'm confused, I guess. it just seems obvious to me. How can you approve a zone change to this property when there are so many questions that have not yet been answered? There's no plan. There's some design ideas and concepts, but no particular plan. I'd like to address some of the electrical issues. I'm an expert in that situation. I owned an electrical contracting business for a number of years. I'm currently a qualified party for a electrical contracting company in the Valley. So I know a little bit about electrical, and they propose permanent power, which I think is a great idea and something that will need to be done. However, again, it's not something that's going to be easy. And what my concern is, if you approve the recommendation for zoning tonight, they go through these designs, they come up with, okay, this is what we need to do for electrical power, permanent power. This is what we need to do for lighting. And the costs are exorbitant, so at that point they say, well, let's scratch it, let's go down a different road. So until that design is actually presented, I don't see how you can approve this. So I would like to leave you with one last situation, and I understand this is not the proposed lighting, but I took pictures last night from my own property, and I'd like if you can pass these on to the staff. I'd like to share these. You can see just real quickly, here is with the operation, with the lighting, current lighting, and this is without the operation. And just one last comment is, being involved in planning and so forth, I'm sure you're very well of the dark sky situation in the valley in a lot of different areas, and this certainly does not meet those requirements. And again, until you can see a design that does meet the requirements, I don't see how you can approve the recommendation for a zone change.
Thank you. Can you actually, I don't believe you stated your address for the record. Can you state your address?
I'm sorry?
Can you state your address for the record?
Oh, sure, I'm sorry. 6908 East Hobart.
Thank you. Are there any questions for him, speaker? No. Thank you so much. Next speaker is Linda Vossler.
My name is Linda Vossler. I reside at 1451 North 71st Street. Thank you for allowing us to join the meeting and to share our thoughts and concerns regarding these properties. While I would love to rehash all the years of listening to these individuals' promises, I will not waste my breath or your time, as that has been outlined in many emails and many other things that have been given to you already for the board to review. If you have not visited the area, I encourage you to do so. prior to making this decision. What is being proposed does not fit into the interests of our neighborhood. The city should be as concerned about keeping established neighborhoods sound as they are about expanding businesses. We are a well-established neighborhood, with some of the residents having lived here 40-plus years. On average, most of us have lived in the neighborhood 20 years. Our homes are on large residential lots, as you've already heard, 1 to 3 acres. Many of us purchased in this neighborhood for that specific reason. The large lot, the spaces between our homes, the quietness of the neighborhood, and the no lighting and no noise. Even though we're adjacent to Power Road, you wouldn't even know it in our neighborhood. That all changed December 2020, when the opening of the Power Food Park. Questions to the board. What permits did the city grant this business to open in 2020? What permits did the city grant to allow this business to expand under residential zoned property prior to rezoning? How has the city turned a blind eye to this happening on the first 2 lots and now the residential lots? The previous owner of the new residential lots that they just recently purchased had a proposal in front of the city to put 4 to 6 houses on that. He contacted the neighborhood, we shared his plans, and we were in favor of that because he was putting single-family homes on that acreage, which is what should be there and why we want that to remain as R35. The other 2 parcels, 14 years ago, one of those 2 gentlemen showed up on my front doorstep, and he asked us, how about this? We want to put 4 office buildings here, single-story office buildings. We said, okay, that makes some sense. Most office buildings, Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, you know, that type of thing, no big deal. And we approved that 14 years ago. We've learned a lot since then with these folks, okay? We wouldn't approve that today because they don't follow through with anything that they put in front of us. And it's very, very frustrating when they don't even follow through. Well, the market tanked. Well, the market could tank again tomorrow. What are you gonna do then on what you purchased? That's part of being in real estate and buying that. What protection will the city provide to the neighborhood? Will you ensure that if this current proposed business plan is followed, who will be following that? Who will ensure that they will do what they say they were gonna do? Because they haven't done it to date yet. These owners have done nothing to demonstrate that they have any concern for the neighborhood. The city of Mesa should provide some assurance to the neighborhood. A neighborhood agreement is zero protection. Lastly, I want you to know that our neighborhood is not against business growth or even food trucks. We have been, as we have been portrayed, there are several independent and small business owners that reside in our neighborhood. Who on this board would welcome this business to their neighborhood? Who on this board would welcome this business to share their property lines? What we are against is the location of the supposed park. We cannot sit outside and enjoy our own land and our own neighborhood without the noise, the lights, the food smells, and unsafe traffic coming through our neighborhood. Please consider this, and please do not approve this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? All right. Next speaker is Craig Vossler.
I live with her.
Surprised you didn't give her just
Craig
all the time.
Vossler, 1451 North 71st Street. We've been there just about 20 years, I think. We bought it from the original owners. 3 acres, 2 acres bare. We had coyotes in the backyard killing something last night. It was really cool. In my opinion, we're here today under false pretenses. But first, we need to go back to May of 2019 when the applicants had proposed the Power Beach Park, which has not been discussed tonight. Okay? This was ADM 19-00541 and PMT 19-17732. And this was on the original 2 acres, which I was in favor of rezoning from RS35 to office commercial because we thought we were going to get 4 office buildings down there. And we're okay with that. So this project was still open with the planning department in 2020. And then COVID-19 hit. And by the way, the staff forgot to include this as part of the history of the properties. So in August of 2020, the applicants cleared the existing OC properties, the two that they bought back in '07, and laid down rocks and put up a temporary fence. So the neighbors started wondering what was going on. As things progressed, I started calling and contacting Marisol Vasquez in planning and was told the beach park was all she had knowledge of for these 2 acres. The planning staff was made aware of the food truck idea on November the 11th, and pictures of such were sent on November 23rd. The city of Mesa had time to shut this down before it ever opened, because they opened, I think, December 11th and 12th, which was a Saturday and Sunday. The property owners clearly had different plans. The question remains, who at the city knew of this change and who gave them the green light to proceed with a food truck park? Because there is no mention of food trucks in this plan. There's a process for new businesses to follow, and it wasn't followed here. Sorry. If you look at the site plan, there was no provisions for the food trucks, and in fact, the Powered Beach Park only had 18 parking spaces. Get that, 18. You think that was gonna fly? Probably not. In May of 2021, resident Dave Sloan, who lives immediately next door, requested through his attorney a zoning interpretation, to which Dr. Apia ruled on June 16th of 2021 that the food truck park does not conform to the requirements of the definition of public parks and recreational facilities, a ruling the Board of Adjustment just upheld 2 weeks ago today. So back to the current rezoning case. In May of 2021, the applicants purchased another 4 acres to the north for $900,000 with no contingency in the purchase agreement to expand this operation, even going so far as to request rezoning before closing escrow. Pretty confident, right? And now the planning staff is asking you to approve this rezoning on 6 acres of OC and RS 35 to neighborhood commercial for an operation that should never have been allowed in the first place and has been forced on this well-established large lot residential neighborhood. But what about the residents? Don't we count? We haven't done anything wrong. We're just trying to enjoy our way of life like we did just a year ago. When do the little guys win one here, okay? And I didn't even get into the Red Mountain Farmers Market business. Please don't allow this zoning case to be approved. Save our zoning and protect our homes from noise, lights, food smells, and unsafe traffic. It's not the right fit. Vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? Nope. All right, moving on to Kevin Vesnick, I'm sorry. Name and address for the record, please.
Kevin Vanisnik, 6903 East Hobart. You might have figured out I'm Patricia's son. So this request should be rejected until the applicant actually puts some effort into working with the neighbors. I think you can see based on all the comments and comments, emails and everything that have been submitted that the applicant is not actively doing that. When listening to the previous applicant and his representative talk about how many interfaces, interactions he had with the neighbors, I kind of felt a little envious because they were actually trying to do something versus in this case where he just has not not given any indication that he's willing to work with or be reasonable with the neighbors. In fact, he's taken an antagonistic approach, kind of witnessed by he's running the operation with lights that I think are intentionally shining in the neighborhoods, putting fences up, calling the police on, my mother when she goes over to see what's being done about her noise complaint. So nothing he's done gives any indication that he's ever going to be voluntarily complying with anything. There's this good neighbor policies that's referenced in the staff report, but the neighbors don't know anything about it, haven't been consulted on it. So it should be rejected for that. Another example would be the traffic control. 180 spots on Hobart parking lot is the primary parking. The max parking demand based on the city study back in April was 251 spots. There's nothing that's been defined about how they're going to keep people that come to that primary parking spot, find that it's full, and then need to go to the next auxiliary parking over on Halifax. And the default they're going to do, rather than going and trying to make 2 lefts to get onto and off of Power, is they're going to drive down Hobart to 71st Street and back down Halifax. And there's nothing defined about how they're going to deal with that. And that's the type of thing that they should be working as a good neighbor policy in conjunction with the neighbors who are affected by this. And the neighbors want to work. As you can see, Dave's leading with the lawyer involvement and all that. They want to work with the property owners, but the property owners aren't even trying to meet us part way. So another thing that hasn't been considered is that the church does have night events. Sometimes they're large night events. They hold concerts, not during COVID, but in the past they've held, concerts, winter concerts, Christmas concerts, things like that. And nothing in there is addressing that when that surge is happening, in addition to the surge from the food truck. So again, I think this should be rejected till such a point that the applicant starts to actually work with the neighbors. They talk about that the process is ongoing. Well, the reality is the process really just started with the meeting yesterday, and that process needs to be worked through quite a bit more before this should be approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? Speaker, nope. All right, next comment, a card comes from James Connolly. You can state your name and address for the record, please. We are almost at the bottom of the stack.
Hi, James Connolly. I own with my mother 6910 East Halifax. My mother's 93. She's been in that home since 1977, before the city of Mesa annexed that area. There used to be a saguaro cactus in the middle of the dirt road there. And she has people pissing, excuse my language, on her front property. And it's not the neighbors. It's not the neighbors. Oh, a smirk. Okay. By the way, Jessica, Leslie, Sean, nice and friendly. You all know each other very well. It's kind of odd.
Sir, if you could not attack the board.
I'm asking questions.
We're appreciating your comments, and we prefer to hear any more comments. I was smiling at the fact that I understand.
It's just very disturbing as a resident of Mesa to hear that type of exchange in what should be a more professional venue.
Please continue your comments, sir.
You want to come? Have you been there at night?
Several times. I know exactly what these comments are. Please continue to address the comments.
So I have a question again for you folks. Are we to expect on that street to have to go through traffic control on Halifax 6 nights a week in perpetuity? Because that's what's there right now. Why on all of these plans, why is there not access from Power Road? Why isn't there a turnout? Because it's quite dangerous on either one of those streets to have to pull in. Maybe we should start a homeowners association and make it a gated community, and then they couldn't go around. Maybe that's the way. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next comment card is from Scott Bordero. And if you can state your name and address for the record, please.
Scott Bodrero, 6952 East Hobart Street. And I lived there 25 years. And I guess I don't want to reiterate too many of the prior comments, but a couple things I observed. When I was kind of excited when I heard those parcels were bought, all put together, 6 acres. It's been sort of hard, I think, for 4 acres and these 2 single 1-acre lots to come up with a viable project. And when I heard they're all together, I thought, well, that would make a nice little 15-home subdivision that would sort of complement, ours are larger lots, but of course that's not, I understand, I'm a contractor, I understand that's not feasible these days to really build on acre lots, but so anyway, maybe that ship has sailed, but I thought that was a viable use of this property. I thought the food truck was temporary, so I was certainly disappointed when I heard it was expanding to the other 4 acres. Just something I've observed, it's 4,200 feet if you drive up Hobart, 71st, and down Halifax. It's over 3/4 of an acre. So when people pull out, and this like has been mentioned before, there's quite a few cars that run that circle. And I think they start going and they realize this is a long ways. And so of course they go fast because it takes a while if you're gonna drive 25 miles an hour, 3/4 of a mile. So anyway, not only do we get, the increased traffic, we get a lot of fast cars. Even some of the employees at the food park make that run. I understand, I've grown up dealing with Power Road, trying to make left turns. I've raised 4 kids. I find myself blessed that not one of them was in an accident making that left turn trying to go to high school. So I understand when people come out, and that's what I caught earlier. If the Hobart fills up, and I think Mr. Vinesnik mentioned it too, if that fills up, they're not gonna go back onto Power. That's hard to get back to Halifax, so they're gonna make that circle. And it is quite popular. There's a lot of cars there, a lot of people. A lot of people love it. I mean, I'm sure it's, who doesn't love food and eating out? Well, the people who live right next to it don't love. I mean, I love going to Home Depot, but I wouldn't want it across the street from me or next to me. There's proper places for all businesses, and this is it's too close. And it's been mentioned, it's too loud and just not a real good fit for our neighborhood. And anyway, so I respectfully ask that you deny this request and for the rezoning and maybe give it a little extra thought, and maybe there's another, we're not opposed to everything, but this is kind of the extreme. Like I said, it would suit even to go higher density, just 15, 18 single-family homes would fit perfectly in there. And I think that would be a viable, we need housing like crazy right now. I think it would be a viable solution. But anyway, thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, is there anybody, that's the last comment card I have. Is there anybody in the audience I didn't hear from that wishes to speak? Okay, seeing none, does the applicant come back for their response?
Chairman, board members, I'm not going to go into and address some of the comments that were made personally about us, but we do disagree with a lot of the comments, but I'm not going to go into it. But let me highlight some of the things that were touched on. The first one is traffic. We have worked with the city traffic engineer, and the traffic engineer has evaluated the street system, and the street system does have capacity to accommodate this type of use. Hobart, Halifax are public streets. A lot was brought up about people using those public streets or parking on those public streets. We can have a good neighbor policy and we can direct our parking of people to direct people out to Power Road, but I can't stand in front of somebody's car and prohibit them from driving on a public street or parking on a public street. So that's kind of a limitation that we're going to try to work with the neighbors and put in a good neighbor policy as far as direction and addressing parking or driving on Hobart and Halifax and making the loop. But I can't prohibit it. I can't, there's nothing I physically can do, a private property owner can physically do to prohibit people from driving on a public roadway. And so we will work. We do have traffic control people there in the evenings that direct traffic, and we can encourage people to do that and point people in certain directions. Certainly, when the entrance is moved from Halifax up to Hobart, which is directly across from the church, the impact, and the trucks move further north and west out onto that property, there will be less of an impact because it will be directly across the street from the church. You can see that our north property is directly in line with the boundaries of the church on the east and the west side. And so our entrance is lined up with the church entrance as well. We think this is a good, beneficial use of the property. And that's evidenced by the amount of small businesses that are utilizing this property to feed their families. Food trucks, I know there's talk about brick and mortar stores and brick and mortar restaurants, but the reality is thousands of brick and mortar restaurants started as a food truck. These are mom and pop operators that come here, have an opportunity in this very nice environment to provide an income for their family. This is a small business opportunity for people to come to this park. Thousands of stories of people who come to this park and talk to the operators and how they're providing for their family, especially during COVID and going forward, how they can provide for their family. So this is a small business germination area where a lot of these food trucks then ultimately end up in brick and mortar stores. And so we think this is a great opportunity and a good utilization of property on Power Road. This is a very busy road with a lot going up and down Power Road. As I've been driving the road for 50 years. So I've seen the growth, I see the transformation, but Power Road is a very, very busy road. I won't go into this isn't illegal operations. We're not doing all those other drugs and, I mean, I'm not gonna even address that because that just is not happening. Safety and code violations, we've addressed everything. We're working with Maricopa County Health Department. We're working with Maricopa County Dust Control. We're working with the City of Mesa. We don't have any violations. So they say, oh, you didn't get any permits, you didn't do this, you didn't do that. The reality is we don't have any outstanding violations that we haven't addressed. We don't have any outstanding violations with Maricopa County Dust Control. We don't have any violations with Maricopa County Health Department. So I think that's important to point out. These are good operators, but most importantly, we think with this new plan that we're presenting, I know it said they don't have a plan, they don't have anything. Well, that's exactly what we have submitted. That's condition number 1, that's condition number 2, that's condition number 3. Those are all the plans that have been submitted to the City of Mesa. And the planning staff has reviewed those plans, those site plans, where they will be addressing things like traffic, circulation, improvements on the site, lighting, walls. All those things have been submitted on a plan, and those have been reviewed by the City of Mesa planning staff, and they do recommend approval of this case. We think this is a good business at a good location that is extremely popular, that we have worked extensively to create an extensive list of conditions of approval to help address a lot of these concerns. We're not going to make everybody happy. We've tried, and to imply that I won't work with the neighbors, I'm going to calm down on that one because that's not true. Months ago, I met with neighbors not only on the site, but in their homes. And so that really, I'm not going to go there. We're willing to continue those discussions. We're willing to continue to work with the neighbors, but we're to the point now where we need to just move forward and move forward with this project. So we would urge you to recommend approval to the City Council. I give you my commitment. I will continue to work with the neighbors going forward between now and council and after. And so we would look for your support, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I have a quick question before I get to, but I believe it's mentioned in there about overflow parking, or utilizing the church and things like that. How would that function? Like how are you going to direct people just to the church and not through the neighborhood, as some of the neighbors were mentioning? Is there going to be signage, light, like how does that work?
The main parking on this plan will be off of Hobart, which is on the north side of the site. Our main parking area is directly, our driveway entrance is aligned with the church entrance parking lot. So as that parking lot fills up, people could drive across the street directly across Hobart and not have to circle around because it's just directly north. And so that can be overflow parking in there. The smaller parking area on the south side off of Halifax, up adjacent to the City of Mesa future fire station, public safety facility, Though there aren't that many spaces there, the majority of the spaces that can be accommodated are on that north side in that bigger parking area, and will be opened all up for parking spaces there.
Board members, is there questions for the applicant?
I have a question or
Boyle?
two. You talked about no violations. Do you mean there have never been any, or everything's been corrected when a violation's been issued? That's what I'm trying to figure out is like, there's been some back and forth with the city and the owners, and what has actually happened in there with the legality and all of that?
We got a code complaint that we had shovels and rakes outside, and they needed to be in an enclosed area. So we moved the shovels and rakes into a trailer. We got a violation that we had grass growing around a utility pole that exceeded the weed height limitation for the city. So we addressed that issue. The city came out to the site and told us that we needed to put more DG down on the parking level on the south site. So we did that. We had complaints when we grubbed the north area. Actually, the person from Maricopa County was out on site receiving more and more complaints. They came out and inspected the property and said there is no violation for this. So as things have come up, we've tried to address them. I'm not going to stand here and tell you there hasn't been animosity on both sides. I think that's just occurred. But as I committed to David this morning in our meeting, we're trying to put that behind us and move forward instead of looking backwards and in the past, and to work with the neighbors. And that's the commitment with the good neighbor policy to work with. The good neighbor policy deals with direction of traffic, having people on site to direct traffic to the proper locations, putting signage of where to go and where the parking and the excess parking is going to be. The noise issue of don't have blowhorns or loud parties or sound of the music. Obviously, we have to comply with the city's noise ordinance, but we want to go beyond that in working with the neighbors as well. And so that's kind of that policy for things that don't belong in a zoning ordinance, but we can put it in a document that we'll work with the neighbors on. So, and that's what that's all about.
Is there a time frame on that good neighbor policy?
It's an ongoing operational issue. As we'll be working between now and council on that, and then after council, and then as it gets developed. And as things come up in operational issues, we'll try to work with the neighbors. But some things are doable and some things are not. And so you try to sort through those.
So I have a question for you and also staff in terms of how those good neighbor policies, for instance, the neighbors say they've had issues in the past, they complain, things keep happening. Is there a point with this, as we've had on other cases, where if there's continuous excessive noise or complaints or anything like that, there are code violations, but is there a point that it gets to where it's a zoning, it's not a use permit that comes back. So is there any recourse for it gets out of hand? They start having, you start getting the teenage parties there screaming or doing stuff, to enforce the noise, or, if they start, I don't know if there's rules about if they can start renting out spots for concerts, just things like that are not compatible with the neighborhood next door.
Chair, board members, the neighborhood policy, as we've seen, is a condition of approval. Typically, before the case goes to city council, we do get the final neighborhood policy for us to know what is going to be in the neighborhood policy. And it's our wish that the applicant and the neighbors will be working on this, so we have at least the final policy to show to city council. However, because of the ongoing discussion, we cannot absolutely, because there could sometimes not be a final agreement between the neighbors, but at least our hope is to get a final draft form of the policy for city council to review. But then back to, I think the main question is, how do we enforce the neighborhood policy? Depends on what really makes it to the content of the neighborhood policy. In addition, there's going to be a development agreement. The rezoning case is limited in a certain way. So with a development agreement, which we are still in the process of finalizing, some of these policies could go into the development agreement, and if there is a violation, then it becomes enforceable through the development agreement. So we are still working on finalizing the development agreement and may be able to extract or incorporate some of this into the development agreement.
Board Member Crockett?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. If I could just follow up on that point. The good neighbor policy is one of the conditions of approval today. So does that mean that before this would get set for a council agenda, the good neighbor policy would need to be completed? Or will the council consider this without having the good neighbor policy completed?
Our goal and wish is to have at least the draft neighborhood policy before city council, because the condition is for them to comply with the neighborhood policy. And one of the content of the neighborhood policy could also be continue to work with the neighbors as issues comes up, but definitely we will want to see certain things being addressed in the draft neighborhood policy for council to approve, and not just a blanket neighborhood policy. So example, if there are complaints, how do they address them? Like the parking directions that we're talking about, those could all be content in the neighborhood policy, but we also, because there may be certain ongoing complaints from the neighborhood that they need to be able to address. So we will update to the neighborhood policy as those come up. So we definitely will want to see there is some open in a way of addressing those issues as well. But we definitely will want to see some drafts as we present the case to City Council.
Then do you know what the neighbors think of the neighborhood policy? Do you get feedback directly from the neighbors on whether they're supportive of that, or do you rely upon the applicant to tell you, we've met with the neighbors and they're supportive of this? How do you know that the neighborhood has seen and is supportive of the neighborhood policy?
Chair Board Member Crockett, what typically happens, and even in this case, I know the applicant has been communicating with the neighbors as well. And what I've heard from the neighbors is they are open to discussing the certain content, but they haven't come to a resolution. So we will hear back from them. And sometimes what happens in situations like this, where the neighbors have come up with certain things that they want to be addressed, and the applicant or the developer is at a point where some of the items he's basically not going to agree to them, and there are a substantial number of them that they will agree to that. We will take that and basically see that policy and present that to City Council, and City Council at that point will make a decision whether that's adequate or can refer back again to the applicant and the neighbors to really go back and work on it. There are times where we've gone back and forth on few projects where it's been continued because the neighborhood policy has not been finalized until they are able to come to at least optimum place where council will feel comfortable in making a decision.
And I think that the neighbors I thought I heard someone express a concern about the enforceability of a good neighbor policy. And I thought you said that as you look at the good neighbor policy, there may be some of that could be incorporated into the development agreement. Do you see it that way?
That has been our understanding. There are a few things. The reason why sometimes the good neighborhood policy is not really a strict condition of approval is because some of them are really discussion. Example, if there is complaint, you will call the property owner or the property manager, and the property manager will basically listen and find solutions to that. It becomes difficult to really operationalize that or put that in a specific condition, because if they call and probably the person's phone is turned off or the person is out of town, it becomes difficult to say that is basically a violation. So the intent of the good neighborhood policy is to really create a forum, an opportunity for some of this discussion. Places where we feel and believe that this should be absolute stipulation or requirements, that is either in the zoning case or is put absolutely in the development agreement. But where there are gray and where there needs to be, part of being a good neighbor is communication and continue to interact, because there could be things that we may not be able to envisage or see that may happen a year from now. but being able to open up with the neighbors creates that opportunity for them to continuously update the neighborhood policy.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Board Member Peterson?
And for staff too, so the current, just so I can be clear on this, the current use that's going on or has gone on there, it's legal in nature? Is it legal?
Chair, board members, I will not, that's not what we're discussing right now. This case before you right now is the rezoning from office commercial residential to neighborhood commercial. And so that's really what before you. I think there's been a discussion as to the Board of Adjustment case. The Board of Adjustment case was just a determination of the definition of public park and recreation facilities.
And I guess that's what I'm trying to wrap my head around is a lot of the neighbors' concerns are over the existing operation, and I'm trying to know, as planning and zoning board, what are we focused on, and what do we peel off and not have purview here versus where the focus is? Is it on the rezone? And this is very unique, right? Because it's rare that you have a case that's already kind of halfway into it and halfway out. And so I guess the question is, if this case, if this case were, if this application didn't happen or didn't get approved, is the existing use of the facility, is that can continue like it is right now? Is that's what I'm trying to understand, is how this
Chair,
case
board
works.
members, so just to answer your question, the case before you is a rezoning case. It's a rezoning from office, commercial, and residential RS 35 to neighborhood commercial. That is the decision that the Board of Adjustment, the Planning and Zoning Board, that is what is before you, and that is what you are recommending to City Council, whether the proposal before you meets the zoning, it meets the criteria for rezoning or not. That is absolutely what is before you. It's not a previous or any activities that has been happening on the site. And whether the intended use are also being mitigated enough. So with all the measures, whether you believe that it's going to be compatible, because what they are considering, there is an intent of what they want to use the property for. So that is another thing that you are considering as part of the rezoning. You are not considering whether previous actions on the property is, and I don't get into that legal or illegal discussion. That's not what is before you.
And I appreciate that, and that's what I'm trying to separate is past actions from what we have in front of us today.
So I believe what you're asking is more of what he was stated earlier, is that the owners believe it's a legal use, but that's still up for, that's in a different discussion, different hearing body. So this one is just for this rezone. It's kind of, there's a bunch of cases going on, I guess, concurrently, and this is the single rezoning one. So.
And I guess well, I'll wait till we come back to bring it back.
Board Member Crockett.
Thank you. So, Mr. Lake, back to you. Did I hear you say earlier this evening that you had delayed this a couple of weeks to give you time to work with the homeowners in the area? This case was on the last board meeting, but it got continued.
It was delayed. It was on the last board meeting, I think 2 weeks ago.
Right.
And in that time, we delayed it so that we can continue to work with staff, and we talked to the neighbors as well. I would have liked, we'll meet with the neighbors some more, but there was extensive work with the staff to try to develop conditions of approval that addressed mitigation measures.
Okay, that address something that's admittedly kind of a new creature in Mesa. Well, as I've listened to the comments tonight, it sounds like there's a place that you could get to with the neighbors where they would be in agreement with you, and I just wonder if there's been enough time for that to happen, given that you had a meeting this morning. I'm just wondering if you think there would be a benefit to a little bit more time to see if you could continue the meetings with the neighbors and try to get to a place where they were supportive of the current plan.
Chairman, Board Member Crockett, I don't believe so. I met with one of the neighbors in their home months ago.
Okay.
Madam.
We need to have quiet so we can hear. Can you finish, please?
Yes.
Where we presented a plan very similar to what is before you, not as detailed, but very similar to what is before you. And we put forth the effort to try to reach a compromise. Now, up until just a few days ago, we haven't seen, and quite honestly, some of the people saying, hey, we can try to work something out. We think we can agree on something. That's something very new. And so I think there's been a lot of animosity and giving us 2 weeks or 4 weeks to try to do it. I don't know that we're going to reach an agreement with the neighbors. Now, I think there is an opportunity to come up with some policies on how we're going to operate this facility and how they will continue to operate this facility and ongoing to create a good neighbor policy. So there is that opportunity. But I don't know that there's a special condition that we can add or change with the site plan any different than what we already have that would make it so that, oh yes, okay, now we're all in agreement and we're holding hands and sharing hands to for this food truck and park and food truck operation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any board members? Other questions or comments?
I do have another one. Just, I think Mr. Conley had this comment about accessing off of Power rather than going down Halifax or Hobart. Was that ever looked at as an idea? I know Power is a busy street, so you'd have to have a turn-off lane or something like that. Was that ever explored? And this is just in the concept of if something that could be a nuisance is coming into a neighborhood, you want to avoid interrupting that as much as possible. So has that been looked into as a possibility?
We did look into that issue. Currently in Power Road, as you travel south on Power Road from McKillips, and you're coming south on here, there is a left turn median with stacking at Hobart. There is, because there's a raised median there, there's a left turn break at Halifax. And I think if we tried to put, well, in working with the city, no, we couldn't really do it off of Power Road. But putting one in between those two would have too many curb cuts, we believe, onto an already busy Power Road. That's why we shifted everything up north so that the main entrance and access and ingress and egress and parking and where you come in and then the food trucks will be loaded, which is condition number 9, will all come off of that north area, which is directly across from the existing church. And our driveway into our parking lot would be directly across from the church parking lot driveway. So that's what we felt was the best solution for that.
Board Member Allen or Ayers, do you have any questions or comments?
I don't have any questions so far. I'm just listening, taking it in.
I'm good.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, I guess we'll close the public hearing and bring it back for a board discussion. It's a lot to take in.
I'll throw out some thoughts first, I guess. So we're looking forward and trying to separate past actions from looking forward, which is our purview here and what we're looking to do. You look at the site and it's, I mean, it was annexed 40 years ago and for whatever numerous reasons, it hasn't developed in 40 years. And so zoning's meant to you know, if zoning, you try to plan ahead with a lot of the zoning tools, general plans and other things, and then zoning a lot of times is market driven, right? And so in looking at the neighborhood commercial use for zoning here and neighborhood commercial on an arterial street is you look up and down Power Road, it occurs, there's a lot of it there. And then so if it is neighborhood commercial, then there's set buffers, you know, between the 8-foot wall, the landscape buffer, other things that are common practice. The unique things here that are really, I guess, trying to even though we're separating the past from this action, you can't totally separate it. And the question in my head is approval of this better than the status quo? And so that's where I'm trying to get to is we have the status quo and we know what that is. And so from us as a planning and zoning board is approving this better than that. And so that's where, and frankly, I haven't settled on that conclusion yet.
Vice Chair?
I think it's a little frustrating that we're being presented with what I consider a false dichotomy, having to choose between what we are hearing from residents who have come with their testimony, so we have to take that into consideration, a bad status quo, versus changing the zoning to allow for something better, but what confidence do we have based on actions to date that will occur? That's just a really hard false dichotomy. It's one thing to say that there's commercial and power, totally agree with that. But to borrow a phrase from my colleague here, this is a unique animal. This is something different. And we are specifically looking at development of food truck park. And is that compatible with large lot, single family homes that have been there for a while? So I think we do have to consider the case in its totality. There's one thing about commercial, there's another thing about this new unique animal abutting residential properties. So if it were a different location, I'd say it's a cool site plan. I think there are lots of mitigating factors. Love the wall, love the location, love the stacking. Don't love the location for this site, given the limited residential access, given the large lot configuration. To have that abutting, again, this new crazy animal that we have to consider what we do with in the city of Mesa against this residential property, for me, doesn't feel like a good decision. So I won't be in supportive of this. Just because one can, and obviously has been allowed to today, doesn't mean one should. And that's my opinion on this case.
And can I jump in?
Yeah.
I guess, and I feel a little bit, I understand where Deanna's coming from, but I also understand that along Power Road, that's where commercial goes. Any kind of an arterial street like that, that's where commercial goes. And I think whether it's, I mean, I have the same thing. You know, I'm set back a little bit from Greenfield, but yet there's out there on Greenfield, that's what it is. It's all retail out there. It's all commercial property. And that's kind of how you know, how they lay out the subdivisions these days. But I guess I'm leaning a little differently towards this. I think that, well, and I mean, with Sean involved, and hopefully with this, you know, we can find some way to incorporate this good neighbor policy into the development agreement, so that the city or somebody has some teeth to use to make sure that they are going to do what they say they're going to do, and that the neighbors have something also. They're comfortable that they feel like they have something that's a little more substantial, so that they can both get along and make it a good neighbor between the both of them. I'm a little bit leaning towards supporting this project with that in mind. If we can incorporate that, and I think Nana, that was one of the things he said that they can. There is a possibility to do that, to include it into the development agreement, so there's a little more substance to it. But that's kind of where I'm at with it.
Thanks, Board Member Allen. Board Member Ayers, do you have anything you want to add or say?
Yeah, I have actually a quick question more for staff. I understand that, you know, like with their property, I'm curious as far as the traffic and the parking control on Hobart, you know, 71st and Halifax. I know with the submittal, they do not control that, but the neighborhood does have the ability, and this is a question for staff, to look at that, to be able to look at ways to control both public parking along those streets as well as traffic calming or traffic control. Is that a correct statement?
Chair, Board Member Ayers, one of the things I know our transportation department did earlier on when they started was to really work with the neighborhood to put some signs on the in the neighborhood, but that had to be agreed on by majority of the neighbors, and there was not a consensus somewhere on somewhere in support and somewhere not. But as part of the neighborhood agreement, neighborhood policy, which I know the property owner does, is my understanding is they do have off-duty police officers directing traffic and all that, and I think the applicant can speak to it. But that could be something that could be incorporated into the good neighbor policy, because that's very, very visible when the person is standing there and directing traffic. And if there needs to be a traffic calming devices, that's something we need to talk to the transportation department for them to assess the site and see if it's something that could be incorporated into the development agreement or not. So that's something we can absolutely go back and talk to transportation to assess the site. But another issue, or one of the things that we looked at, is stacking distance between the entry to the property, actually to the parking area, and they meet the stacking requirement. It may not be the most convenient, but they do meet the requirement. If they did not, we will not be recommending approval before you tonight.
No, and I understand that. The question was, is that if this were to be approved, that the neighborhood does have some options to be able to look at control, calming the traffic as far as parking control along those streets, which is, I think, one of the larger issues at hand, in my opinion. So anyway, it's just curious that that is another potential opportunity for the neighborhood. With what we've seen tonight, if there is consensus that they could find that is a path that they can take as far as with those specific issues.
That's correct.
Okay, is there any other? Okay, Peterson, Morgan Peterson.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I'll be more formal. And staff, so with does passage of this case give city, both planning staff and potentially down the road, other departments, better capabilities than you have right now to resolve the existing issues? And I get the case because they're adding parking. There's a lot of things that this works to get closer to resolve, but does this, and I assume it's yes, because otherwise you wouldn't have processed the case and gotten it here, but just trying to see if, again, back to, is having this zoning case approved better than the status quo?
Chair, board members, approving or recommending approval to city council and council deciding if council decide to approve it. Number one, parking. There's not been any approved parking surface or parking standards for this use. Wall, there's not been any approved wall to basically buffer the use from adjacent neighborhoods. Where the food trucks are going to be parked, there's not been any approval for that. And so to answer your question, yes, approval of this will basically approve a site plan that is enforceable. As of now, there's not been any approved site plan. So this will orderly ensure the development proceeds, and also there is an approved plan that the developer needs to develop according to that approved plan.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other board comments or questions? Okay.
Oh, I'm gonna.
Are you gonna have comments or?
Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
Well, so I teach a class at ASU. I teach graphic art, and I often tell my students, if you're going to invent something new, you have to nail it the first time. You can't like halfway something, and because no one will understand what you're doing. I think the site plan is good and in a good direction. I feel like the work with the neighborhood is significantly lacking, and so I kind of feel, I think Board Member Crockett talked about maybe a delay of some time. I feel like the good neighbor policy is very critical in here, given the animosity that's happened. And so I feel like this should probably, some more time should happen, some more communication should happen between the developer and the neighborhood.
Well, my comments are, I don't think the delay will do anything. I think we've delayed and continued and continued and continued. I think the fastest way to get a resolution is have a time frame on the city council agenda so that they have to finish it and work to something. I'm really frustrated with this case, honestly. I go by it all, I don't know why I'm being emotional. I go by it all the time. I want to, I saw it when it first came out. Awesome, so cool. That's a really cool thing for the holidays. And then it's still there, and then it's still there, and then it's still there. Okay, so my frustration is they didn't follow the process. Is that anybody knows you go in to talk to staff, you do a pre-app, you do all this stuff, and that's and you follow the process. And so that's what really bothers me. It really bothers me. However, this is the part that's making me upset, is that I feel that they are doing what they're supposed to, because I cannot turn something down based on an applicant. I don't believe that they've done everything on the up and up. I believe the neighbors are being truthful for everything. However, the project I see, the site plan, the issues with the wall, the lighting, the landscaping, where they're trying to fix things, are compatible with what, if they were following what the good neighbor policy, if they're following what they should be doing, should match the neighborhood. And for that reason, I can't vote on applicants. I can't vote on who the owner is and what I believe they will or will not make good on, but I feel that the site plan, based on if somebody else had come in and they had come to the neighbors right up front, they hadn't started or built anything, it might be a different discussion if they had been in up front, but that's not what happened. And that's when and the frustrating part is that you could see them continue to operate. I've driven down the street. I've seen the obscene parking lights that have no reason to be shining 4 houses down on these large lots. It's absurd. But from what I can do here, I don't see that. I mean, it's obviously a split. It looks like split right now, but council can do whatever they're gonna do too. But I don't feel, based on what I have in front of me, I feel like it fits with what on that corner along Power, and they've done all the improvements, and I wanna see the improvements done like tomorrow to just fix this instead of dragging it out. I mean, I would hate to see all these people go through the holidays and all that stuff and having this thing going on. But as much as I'm sorry, the public part I can't speak to, but as much as, it frustrates me and I really do feel upset about what the neighbors are going through, I don't feel at this point, I think the site plan and the zoning and the PAD and what they're proposing for the good neighbor are what is in line with what should be effective at this location. And if a commercial site or office was, they have the landscaping setbacks, they have the tree, they have the walls, they have all that stuff. It would be, very similar except for the traffic. And so that's where, the offsite and the traffic studies and redirecting all that stuff, if they do what they're supposed to do, that's my point on this one. So since everybody already kind of spoke, so I'll entertain a motion from somebody, because I know nobody knows what they want to do right now.
I'll give this a shot. My computer shut off, sorry. I thought it was gonna be more. Hang on, sorry. Sorry, we've got to get back to it. Okay. Excuse me, sorry about that. Okay. Let me make sure that I get to the right one. Okay. I would make a recommendation that we approve, I recommend the city council approve for ZON 21-00892 District 6 within the 4,400 to the 4,700 blocks of South Power Road on the east side and within the 68 to 7,000 blocks of East Warner Oh, I got the wrong one, don't I? Which number, which?
It's
5A.
5A. And if you're going to do that,
Oh,
you
that-
have to read 5A.
That's what I thought I was reading. I wasn't. Okay, let me start over again.
And also, if you're going to do that, then it has to be referred to the revised condition number 9.
Okay. So I would make a recommendation that we recommend the city council to approve ZON 21-00278 District 5 within the 1,300 to 1,500 blocks of North Power Road, within the 6,800 blocks of East Hobart Road, Street, and within the 6,800 block of East Halifax Drive, located north of Brown Road on the east side of Power Road, rezoned from office commercial OC and single residence 35, to neighborhood commercial as planned area development overlay, NCPAD, and site plan review. This request will allow for the development that includes the food trucks, along with staff recommendation, approval with conditions, and the new modified condition number 9 that was read in the study session.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion. All those in favor, please vote. Right. Board Member Allen?
Aye.
Board Member Ayers?
Sorry, I'm struggling.
Yeah.
Nay.
The vote passes 4-3. So this will be going back to, or go to city council with a split vote. So it passes for approval.
That's correct.
All right, that was the last item on the agenda. Are there any other items to discuss from the planning department?
Chair board members, no, I do not have any items.
Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
So moved.
All right, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right.